Wow, it's already been 50 minutes since we started the stream. How about that? Since we are in a sanctuary, I can change class and thing, no problem. And also, I have to stop and remember how this place is designed. That's some all over there, I think. So I need to go over this way. And there should be an entrance? Maybe that was the entrance. Maybe some all is further that way. I am legitimately lost, and I hate that. Nope, this was Mogcombe itself right here. Okay. Bah, he's gone. Vryn, we must widen our search. So yeah, last time we came up here, we found a Moogle. And he fled. And now we're looking for the Moogle again in this strange area. As we are trying to find a way to locate Crestvelg. Nearby air all appears warped. You sense the concealing magics are at work. I've heard tales of these Moogles, but 'tis the first time I've ever laid eyes on one. They are rather adorable, aren't they? What? Why do you stare at me so? Can I not find a creature adorable? My heart is not truly made of ice. Hi, Justinian. I just met you in the Dragoon quest, too. I see no evidence of this Moogle of yours. Are you certain it wasn't a trick of the light? Mayhap 'twas simply one of these strange plants shifting in a breeze. There's a big etheric disturbance up here. I wonder why. There's no sign of a Moogle in the area. I'm sure I glimpsed the Moogle fleeing in this direction. Could he be concealing himself with magic? Indeed. Mountaintop diplomacy. Elfino seems convinced that the Moogles hold the key to finding Frestvelg. Confound it! Could we but enlist the aid of one of the local Moogles, I'm certain Frestvelger would not elude us for long. Though the eye enables me to sense the presence of dragons, I can only identify Needhogs with any certainty. We could wander the mist for days and not know if we were any closer to his brood brother. And those are days we cannot well afford to squander. Shall we divide our forces, then? Lady Eorzea, might I ask you to question any dragons whom you judge it safe to approach? I shall try, and yet I fear the influence of Needhog's rage will render most of the Dravanians in the area deaf to reason. And what of you, Master Elfino? I have not yet given up on the Moogles. Vryn, come with me to Gridania. I mean to petition the aid of the Moogles' kin in the Twelveswood. After that business with Mogglemog, I dare say they will be glad to help us. Assuming you have no need of me, I shall remain here. Needhog senses both the loss of his consort and the coming of the Eye, and his attention is firmly fixed in this direction. I mean to do what I can to hold his gaze, in the hope that it might delay any action against Ishgard. Thank you, Estinian. Come then, Rin, let us make haste for Gridania and rendezvous at Nafika's altar. Ah, but I neglect to tell you. There's an aetheroid of ancient construction here, which should make the return journey rather less arduous. Pray do not forget to use it. I already did. If I had remembered that they were going to send me back to Gridania here, I probably would have gone this far last time. But it's fine. Oh my god. Like, see, that's what I'm talking about. I've only been awake 3 hours. And I just had a yawn that was, like, more ridiculous and more powerful than I have had all day. Like, I just feel so drained all the time. At least it's not thousands of gil to teleport. Not yet, anyway. That doesn't... we don't start getting into that level until freaking... Oh, that's right. Now my Conjurer is level 52. I'm surprised I don't have the quest for that yet. Sent word to the Elder Seed Seer upon arriving in Gridania, and I am pleased to report that she has agreed to grant us an audience. If anyone can help us contact the 12-wood Mughals, it is she. Are expected at the Lotus Stand. I trust you are familiar with the Conjurer stationed at its entrance. I wish you were tired. You wish you were tired. It's too late. That's unfortunate. I'm exactly the opposite. I would like to be awake right now, but I have slept for freaking hours the last couple of days. Like yesterday was almost a whole freaking day of sleep. And yet, here I am, still feeling exhausted. So, sorry, I'm doing something on my phone. I realized I had something pop up on the phone that I need to take care of, so I'm doing that. And then... oh my gosh. Like, it's ridiculous. I really want to not be freaking falling asleep here. It's not fun. Not when it's only been like 3 hours since I freaking got up. Like, it's really not fun. It really, really, really sucks. Like, really, really badly. Like, super badly. So... you know, I hate these mobile games where the entirety of the gameplay is just tap as fast as you can. It's so annoying. There we go. I bid you welcome, friends. The Admiral spoke of having met with you, but 'tis no less of a relief to see you safe and hale with mine own eyes. We humbly thank you for agreeing to receive us upon such short notice, my lady, for all you have done for us in our absence. Would that it were solely to express our gratitude that we came to you this day. Gosh! Alas, the tides of battle yet dictate our comings and goings. Elder Seed Seer, we would beg your wisdom in a matter that may finally bring an end to the Dragonsong War. Speak on, friend. I see. So you seek a means to contact these Mughals of the Churning Mists. Kupo, I say! Kupo! That didn't come out the way I wanted. Greetings, Kupla Cup. Greetings, Kupla Cup. To what do we owe the pleasure of your company? I was struck by the sudden urge to bring you some food, Connie, and I'm jolly glad I did. Tell me more about these Mughals in the sky, Kupo. I would gladly tell you all I know. Though it amounts to precious little, we encountered a Mughal high in the clouds of Dravanya, and had hoped that you and your kin in the Twelvewood might agree to facilitate a meeting. Pray correct me if I am mistaken, Kuplo, but there are legends, are there not, which speak of Mughals who dwelled beyond the clouds? Frickin' sick the yawn in just 10 minutes. Indeed there are, Kupo. Long, long ago, back when the world was still young, they say my ancestors served the gods up in the heavens. Of course, that was before their masters took to bickering like spoiled children. Ah yes, the tale of good King Mulgamog the XII. He is revered for holding fast to a rope of miraculous length, that his subjects might climb down from the sky and escape to the world below. But why they need a rope when they can fly? Ignore the more fanciful aspects of this tale, it may well be that Kuplo's ancestors hailed from the churning mists. Given how long his kin have resided in the Twelvewood, it is perfectly possible that the details of their history have faded into myth. Indeed, Master Alphino, such stories oft contain a measure of truth. 'Tis like that the Mughals of the Churning Mist tell similar tales of the world below. I can well imagine why the one you encountered fled at your approach. Oh, fleeing second nature to us. We often hide when the larger races come trampling through the forest. Of course, where there's one Mughal, there's bound to be more. Which is why I've decided to take a trip to the clouds, Kupo. They surely won't be afraid to talk to me. I was hoping you might say that, Master Kuplo. You will accompany us, then? Just you try and stop me, Kupo. I'll admit, the thought of venturing outside the Twelvewood is a bit unsettling, but I can hardly refuse a chance to meet my distant cousins. If you will have me, I too will accompany you on this venture, and lend my voice to your cause as an ambassador of Gridania. What? My lady, are you quite certain? How oft has our nation turned to the scions of the Seventh Dawn in its hour of need? How oft have we asked the Warrior of Light to risk her life to save our own? Full many times, I say to you, and never they have refused us. Thus do I choose this day to offer mine aid to our allies for the good of the realm. Is this not just? Ma'am! I love all the NPCs in the background freaking out. A most unexpected and most welcome offer, Elder Seedseer. We would be honored by your presence. Don't worry, she doesn't, walk ridiculously slow all the time. Pray, return to the summit and inform our companions of these developments. I will serve as the Elder Seedseer's guide on the journey back to Sam All. It being a path I have already trodden, I do not anticipate any great difficulties. Besides, we shall have the Elder Seedseer's personal guard to escort us. Yay! We don't have to run some all again. I'm going to go into Stillglade Fane for a moment. And I'm going to unequip the Soul Stone. Aha! Unicorn power! Brea has need of a benevolent adventurer to tend a wounded beast. Here we go. Your deeds of late have earned you the respect of all at Stillglade Fane. People say you are a breath of fresh air within these still caverns. Truly you are an inspiration to us all. Having plied you with praise, I would make a request of you. An unusual creature has appeared near Fallguard Float in the North Shroud. Witnesses report that it is badly wounded. While it hasn't proven itself a danger to the locals, a wounded beast is unpredictable at the best of times. Please find it and provide it with such succor as you are able. So, this quest is Conjurer only. You cannot do this quest as a white mage. So it's super easy to miss out on this quest because you would think that you would do it as, you know, white mage, but it's legitimately Conjurer only. That's why I had to Yeetus my soul crystal so that I could go back to being Conjurer. Glamours are unavailable due to equipment restrictions. Oh. I didn't realize that these were white mage only. That's wild, dude. Sure. We'll just equip some random crap at the moment then. I don't think we have to fight anything. I think it's just casting Cure or something a couple of times and then you're done. But I don't remember. So I'd rather have gear and then not need it. So, the creature appears to be in great pain. Which one is Cure? There you go. Have to also specifically use Cure. Cure 2 and Cure 3 do not work. It specifically requests that you use the Cure spell. The creature seems grateful to you. And now we can go back to Gridania. Cool. It's a super fast and super easy quest line, so... And you get a unicorn out of it. Which is great, because if you haven't been able to do any of the, you know, extreme, level 50 extreme stuff, you can still get a unicorn mount. So, I mean, that's all that those are. That they're just, you know, recolorings of the unicorn mount. But if you get all 7, then you do get the Keyrin mount, which is cool. It is something I would like to do. But I don't really know anybody on this, like, server. So, welcome back, Rin. Were you able to find the creature? And what did it look like, if I may ask? 4-legged and tall, with a pristine white coat, and a single horn protruding from its brow. There is no mistake. That was a unicorn you healed. Unicorns are rare and majestic beasts, native to the inner region of Kurthus. They are extremely shy, and are wont to avoid all contact with men. The notion that you are able to gain its trust is most thrilling. I've seen enough wild creatures to know that its behavior toward you means... Ugh. To know that its behavior toward you means more than simple gratitude. Nay, the unicorn must have sensed kinship in you. Should you doubt my words, Rin, pray, take this whistle and prepare yourself. A truly uplifting experience awaits. Unicorn whistle! Whistle emits a shrill tone that is said to summon a legendary unicorn. Rainbow-colored barding optional. Can now summon the unicorn mount. Awesome. But yeah, I mean, look at all of these things that are in my favorites still that I don't have and probably will not be getting anytime soon. Again, oh my gosh, I need to clear out my favorites. It's because I copied everything from my main character over here. Like, I copied all the settings and things. And so that means that it copied all of the stuff. So, I do have Behemoth now. We'll add him to our favorites. I have the Torgal mount from the FF16 thing. And now we can add the unicorn to our favorites. So, there we go. We now have 3 different things in our favorites. I'm going to go ahead and Yidis Whisper Go over here. This is from the Yokai Watch event. It's just Whisper, whoever that is. But he's like a mount. I know nothing about Yokai Watch, like, at all. So, there we go. But now we have the unicorn mount. So, let's head back to the Turning Mists now. But yeah, as far as I know, that's the only, like, class with a quest. With, like, a mount quest. I haven't looked at any of the others, but it's the only one that people talk about. When you're leveling White Mage or Conjurer, somebody will always be like, don't forget to get your unicorn mount. Because unicorn mounts. So, and it's super easy to get too, so might as well. It's just, most people don't realize that quest is there because, 1, they don't do the first quest, so they don't see when a new quest pops up. And 2, you have to be Conjurer. You cannot be White Mage. Well met, Warrior of Light. Nidhogg has not stirred, but he watches us, unblinking. They'll be here eventually. The other Seed Seer herself answers your call. And then there's naught to do but wait. Indeed. They are here, Ren. Greetings, my friends. I am happy to report that our journey was mercifully uneventful. Devoid as the road was of Dravanians, it would seem the dragons have abandoned some all for the Turning Mists. Elder Seedseer, may I present to you Sir Estinian, Ishgard's Azure Dragoon. 'Tis an honor to meet you, Sir Estinian. I have heard many tales of your order's extraordinary skill and courage. Friends, I feel it only right to inform you that we are not alone. The Mughals are all around us even as we speak, and I should imagine they are more than a little concerned by the horde of strangers that have descended upon their home. Mayhap now would be an opportune moment to introduce ourselves. this should serve. They're hiding, of course, but there are many of them, Kupo. I am Kanasena. My companions and I have braved the long road from the Twelveswood to share words with you. On this, the occasion of our first meeting, we bring an offering of light and wind. Oh, such a gentle and pleasing glow, Kupo. It's the Moogles! I am Moglin, the chieftain of this Moogle clan. Chieftain Moglin! Chieftain Moglin, it is an honor to meet you. Greetings, I am Kuplo Kop, ambassador of the Twelveswood Moogles. A Moogle from the world below? Your hide is of a different hue, but that palm is unmistakable. I might need a moment here, Kupo. My companions were no less surprised to learn of your existence here among the clouds. I hope they did not startle you overmuch in their eagerness to make your acquaintance. Full well can I imagine your wariness. I am told that men have not walked here in nigh on 1,000 winters. Mayhap you will forgive them their forwardness when I unfold to you the grave matter which first brought them into your midst. My companions crave an audience with the great worm Fresvelger, that they might negotiate an end to the war twixt man and dragon. An end to war, you say? I trust you, Kanasena. The light of peace shines brightly within your soul. But I'm afraid the same cannot be said of your friends. To be plain, we did not hide ourselves because they were the first of your kind to be seen here in 1,000 years. Well, not only because of that, we hid because we smelled dragon blood. These skies are home to many, many dragons. While some crave peace, such as Fresvelger, many others crave the opposite, such as Nidhogg. Suffice it to say, we are worried that the presence of your blood-spattered warrior friends will attract the attention of the nastier kind and invite destruction into our happy home. Of course, Estinian and I get defensive. Now, just a moment, Chieftain. Rin here may have doled out the odd thrashing or two, but it's always been for a really good reason. She is a champion of the Twelveswood Moogles, and I'll not hear her good name slandered. Now, Ambassador, let's not ruffle each other's fur. I shall, of course, take your testimony into consideration. If I may, Chieftain, there is little room for trust twixt strangers. Might we not take this opportunity to learn more of each other? An excellent suggestion, Kupo. In the interest of fostering friendship and keeping an eye on you, I extend to you the hospitality of Mogholm. Prove yourself worthy of our assistance, and it will be yours. I shall be watching, Kupo. All right. Time to befriend yet another group of Moogles. Maybe this time I won't have to kill their leader. Oh, it's Moglin himself that I have to talk to. Tell me, in the world down below, do all of your kind look so different from one another? It must be terribly disconcerting. What was it Kuplo Kop called you again? My name is Rin. Rin? Your name's as odd as your appearance. Whoever considered a nice Moogle name, Moglin, is taken. By the way, Kupo, as are Moghan, Mogmug, and Mogwin. These being the names of the 3 wise Moogles who will administer the momentous challenges that I've devised to measure your worth. Measure your worth. I call them the trials of trustworthiness. Undertake these trials, and we shall soon see whether or not you are worthy of our aid. Sounds like a plan, sir. I don't actually think any of these are better than what I'm currently using. Titanium Uchigatana would have been if I hadn't literally just today picked up the Ironworks katana. So it's probably just going to be worth selling this, but we'll go to Samurai and we'll see. Yep, same exact stats. Oh, excuse me. It gives a +1 to strength. Actually, all of the other stats are worse. Direct hit rate goes down to 36 instead of 51. Now, it does give me 52 crit, whereas here I have 36 skill speed. So, but that's fine. It's something I will just sell, no big deal. Mogmug. Mogmug's trial. Mogmug would test your trustworthiness with a trial. Let's see, dark chestnut longbow, titanium barreled arquebus, hard silver staff, Demail skin grimoire. Okay. I will have to look and see which of these I don't currently have the freaking Ironworks for. Yes, you have the pleasure of speaking with Mogmug. I know. I am the fluffiest, most enchanting creature you have ever laid eyes upon, Kupo. It isn't easy being this adorable. I can barely take a stroll outside without those relentless Dravanian throwing themselves at me. Why, they look as if they might just gobble me right up. In any case, fleeing their overbearing adulation is growing a bit tiresome. Your trial, madam, is this. Find these ardent archaeosauruses and slap some manner into them. Kupo! Perhaps a firm smack on the snout will teach them to appreciate my charm from afar. I love the Moogles. These quests are so funny. Mogwin would test your trustworthiness with a trial. Mogwin's the name and art is my game. When it comes to painting, there are none in Mogholm who can match my talent with a brush, Kupo. I know why you have come. Chieftain Moglin has demanded that I test your trustworthiness. But I trust no one to create art that will satisfy me. I instead charge you with retrieving a masterpiece I seem to have misplaced. It was an ambitious and innovative work, guaranteed to fetch at least 4 Kupo nuts on the open market. You must find it. Question the masses. Surely a pebble painted with such a vibrant color and unmistakable panache cannot have escaped the notice of every Moogle in Mogholm. Indeed. Indeed, maybe so. Mogwin is missing his masterpiece, Kupo. Oh, you mean that paint-smeared mess of a pebble? I've seen it recently, fact for which my eyes are profoundly grateful. I haven't seen it recently, rather. Maestro Mogwin has misplaced his masterpiece, Kupo. Oh, happy day. If I am the swifter in finding it, I'll soon have a genuine Mogwin for the price of a little perspiration. Honestly, who has 4 Kupo nuts just lying about to spend on such luxuries? Moghan. Moggan's trial. Moggan would test your trustworthiness with a trial. Hello, yes, I am Morgan, the foremost alchemist in Mogholm, if you must know. If your tummy's gloopy, or your wings are droopy, I've a potion to fix that. Or, I would if I didn't keep running out of ingredients. Luckily, you're here to do my trial. Yes, go forth, mighty adventurer, and mightily pluck 3 sprigs of cloud's breath for me. You'll find it blooming near the entrance to L.A. Tome. It's not the safest of places, so don't let yourself be too distracted by the pretty flowers, Kupo. I need to go talk to Mogto over here. I don't know much about his stone, but I do know Mogwin's been creeping out the back way to Psalm All Summit from time to time, Kupo. Maybe he left it up there. Now we gotta go back and actually speak to Mogwin again. What? Well, what did you find out, Kupo? Yes, now that you mention it, I do seem to recall leaving my pebble out in the sun to dry. Second part of your trial commences. Go, adventurer, and retrieve my masterpiece before some art-starved admirer swipes the stone for himself. Also, on the other side over there is an ether current. So we will have to go get that eventually. So, I don't think you can get onto this platform without flight. I know before I understood what these were, I tried many times to make that jump, and I never succeeded. And then I did finally figure out what I was supposed to do, which is, fly up there. But, yeah, I don't think you can make it up to that otherwise. And even when I did figure it out, I still had no idea that that was a sightseeing thing. So, it was like, oh dear, I don't know what to... Like, I got to it. I was like, hey, I got to it. And I'm just sitting there staring like, now what? I did not understand at all the concept of the sightseeing log. And I think that was just, I hadn't done the sightseeing log at all. Like in the, like, Realm Reborn stuff. And so I had no idea what I was looking at. I don't remember how to get around here. I usually just fly. So I'm trying to remember how to get around here. I might actually have to go towards that ether current to get over there. I think it might be on the other side. That said, Roderick here has been getting a lot of experience because I've been utilizing him to do the Yokai Watch fates. Whoa! I didn't expect another one to spawn. I was just like, and there we go. But nope, another Archaeosaur spawned in. Here's some Cloud's Breath over here, though. I didn't know that Cloud's Breath was all that useful, though. I guess we gotta go play FF7 and, you know, capture his breath over and over again. I know, that was probably terrible. Like, that was probably, like, super terrible. And didn't work. That said, I have been watching Nico B play through Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. Having never played Final Fantasy VII before, I know nothing about it. But it's been fun to watch. I've definitely been enjoying it, you know. There have been a couple of times where Nico begins freaking out over something and is like, oh my god, I can't believe they did this. I'm just like, okay. It's like, they kept this in. They did the I'm like, oh, sure. I kind of wish I understood how you feel. And I'm sure somebody's response to that would be, well, then go play FF7. But you can't, being, you know, much older than a child, you can't, like, go back and play the old games like that and, you know, enjoy them in the childlike way that people enjoyed them back then. You have any trouble finding Cloud's Breath? I do need it quite urgently, you know. Cloud's Breath. Oh yes, these are perfect, Kupo. I have the main ingredient for my palm tonic. Speaking of which, how are you feeling, miss? Should you ever feel your palm losing its bounce, then I'm your Moogle, Kupo. I don't have a palm, so... none. I can't equip any of these. So, that's unfortunate. I'll probably end up just selling all of these because by the time I get my character to level 54 and can equip them, I'll probably have the Ironworks weapon. You're able to humble my Dravanian devotees. Wonderful. You're as capable as I am captivating, Kupo. Still, my precious perfection does not excuse those louts from pursuing me so mercilessly, their tongues lolling and bellies rumbling. Dravanians and their ilk have much to learn about acceptable acts of admiration. And I'm pretty sure that I have the same here as well. I probably already have all of the things. The Bathing Bully. This must be an ether current. Margaret. The Bathing Bully. Margaret is in desperate need of a bath. Have you ever bathed in the waters to the northeast? Of course not. Because a gang of burly Shropkins has been attacking anyone who goes near them, Kupo. If you're kind enough to slay a few, I might scare them away. Give me time for a dip in the waters. I shall go assist you soon as I have finished earning the trust of everybody else. I got stuck. I'm going to go ahead and attune to this ether current real quick. The only unfortunate part about the Yokai Watch event is that unless I level and like get through the Heavensward story before 7.0 drops, I'm not going to be able to do the Stormblood fates for Yokai Watch. which is fine. Those are the gunbreaker and dancer weapons. So I can get everything else just fine. Then the Mughal masterpiece. I will say having flight really does help in getting around each region. It is a little bit of a pain to get around sometimes. But you have to earn that. And that I am okay with. Just because it's not overly difficult to earn it, you know? Not like World of Warcraft, where you might as well just forget about ever earning it. Oh, this was I went right past here. Because I didn't realize that was the entrance. Mogwin! Do you have it, Kupo? Is my masterpiece safe? Mughal masterpiece, an ordinary rock, awash with extraordinary color. What that color represents, however, you cannot discern from any angle. Yes, this is my work. Is it not exquisite? I call it Contemplations of Zenith. Thank you, madam. At last I can exchange my art for those delectable Kupo nuts. Chieftain Moglin will hear of this valorous deed. And once again, I don't think it matters what I pick here. Complete the trials of trustworthiness. Return to Chief Moglin and await his judgment. Trials of trustworthiness. I said it weird last time, so I was fixing that. Moglin's judgment. Chieftain Moglin is ready to pass judgment on your trial performance. Rind, if that is what you insist on calling yourself, you have completed the trials of trustworthiness administered by the taskmasters Moghen, Mogmug, and Mogwin. During these grueling tests of character, I closely observed your conduct, as well as that of your companions. And I am decided, Kupo. Gather your friends before me now, so that I need not repeat myself needlessly. Are these trials over, then? My tasks have been little more than household chores. If our hosts elect not to grant their aid after working us like pack chocobos, I shall demand compensation in Kupo nuts out of principle. But I hope it will not come to that. Let us hear the chieftain's verdict, shall we? I like that Elfina wants compensation in Kupo nuts. How go your trials, warrior of light? I myself have been set on a number of expeditions to chastise the local dragon population. Did not their chieftain wish to avoid inflaming the Dravanians? Such contradictions aside, our hosts seem entranced by the height of my leap. They compared me to Mog, a lance-wielding Mughal warrior of Eld, who also favored such attacks. 'Twas meant as a compliment, I expect, but I doubt these furry lumps could outleap a Karakul lamb, much less a dragoon. Conclude your business here swiftly, Rin. I like not this place. That's an FF4 reference, I think? I don't remember if it's 4 or 6, but I remember one of them has a Mughal named Mog in it. Standing here in Mogholm, my thoughts turn inevitably to the legend of good King Mulgamog XII, and his seat in the heavens. Like most, I thought it no more than a myth, a story for younglings that grew with the telling. But with every passing moment, I become more certain that we have discovered the origin of the tale. Full eager am I to hear what the chieftain has to say. Coop, look up. We become such friends, Kupo. My Moogle cousins love to sing and dance as much as I do. Chieftain Moglin has finally come to a decision, has he? Oh, I suppose I'd better flutter over and see him then. What sorcery is this, that my heart should stir at mere fluffiness? Rin, I was... No matter, what is it? Chieftain Moglin has made his decision? Well, let us not keep him waiting, then. Eorzea loves the Moogles. I love that's one of my favorite things. Eorzea, who's been very, very cold throughout, is just like, I have discovered pure bliss. Never have I seen such determined workers, Kupo. It would have taken us moons to complete all those dreary chores and niggling errands. And have our labors proven the purity of our intentions, Chieftain? Without a doubt. In fact, there was never really all that much to doubt to begin with. You were, after all, already friends with the fellow Moogle. But you see, before any meeting with Rustvelger could take place, certain preparations needed to be made. And what better way to help you pass the time than by having you perform all the tiresome tasks that no one ever wants to do, Kupo? Oh dear, the horn! Bring out the horn! Quickly now! We blow on this wondrous instrument whenever we wish to speak with the Great Worm, Kupo. We haven't perhaps been treating it with the care it deserves of late, and I think Moghin may have sat on it. So we need some time for cleaning and polishing and straightening. No lasting harm done, though. Now, you need simply head to Zenith, the worm's dwelling to the west, and give the horn a good toot. We are in your debt, Chieftain. Thanks to your noble gift, we shall finally have a chance to plead our case to Rustvelger. Very possibly, yes. I wouldn't get my hopes up too high, Kupo. The old worm isn't terribly fond of, Your concern is appreciated, but I'm quite certain that Rustvelger will welcome our overtures. Should we ever arrive at his lair, come, we have squandered enough time already. Estinian is far too serious for any of this. Chieftain Moglin, we thank you for your gracious hospitality. Though we must soon take our leave, I pray that we may continue to nurture the shoots of this new-sprung friendship twixt earth and sky. Of course, Kupo. Visit us whenever you wish. Consider Mogholm your home amongst the clouds. Thanks for the help, Kupo. I doubt I would have ever found time for all those rotten chores. Hey, it wasn't my idea. If the chieftain had spent a little less time sitting about and a little more chieftaining, things would never have gotten so messy in the first place. And he was the one who sat on the horn, by the way. But now all the errands are done and the horn is fixed. So, all's well that ends well, eh, Kupo? Leaving Mogholm. Moghan is ready to lead you out of Mogholm. Well, I expect you're eager to be on your way. Did I mention your friend was looking for you, Kupo? If not, Elfinel is looking for you. I'll be waiting just outside, stretching my wings. Let me know when you're ready to depart. Elfinel is just right over here. Actually. To the best of my knowledge, we have all that we need for our trip to Zenith, and I believe the Elder Seedseer and her retinue will soon be making the journey back to Gridania. It would be remiss of us, I think, not to convey our gratitude to them prior to going our separate ways. Shall we? Indubitably. Alphino, Rin, I do humbly thank you for what has been a most enlightening experience. Were it not for your pioneering spirits, the existence of these Moogles might never have been revealed to us. 'Tis we who should be thankful, Elder Seedseer. Were it not for your timely diplomacy, they would never have chosen to reveal themselves at all. And 'twas your presence, Kuplo Kop, that ultimately won us their trust. It must have taken great courage to leave the sanctuary of the Twelveswood, and we are exceedingly glad that you did. It was my pleasure, Kupo. I made so many new friends and have so many fantastic tales to tell my kinsmoogles back home. And it is our home that we must now return. May you ever walk in the light of the crystal, my friends. A thing that they stopped saying from like Stormblood and on, I think. Safe journey, Elder Seedseer. We too must be on our way. Frostvelger awaits. I think in Stormblood, they ended up like deciding on the whole the truth about Heidelin. I don't want to spoil it. Horror of light, pray, attend closely to your companion, Sir Astinian. Beneath that stoical facade, a storm of anguish sees unseen. Now we can hop on the mount. And make our way out of here. I suppose I've never tried jumping with a mount to get over there. The additional speed of the mount might allow for the jump. I'll just, come back and get it when I have flight. So, have you said your goodbyes and dabbed away your tears, Kupo? Then we are indeed ready to go. The road to Zenith. Morgan has volunteered to lead you to Zenith. As Chieftain Morgan already explained, shiny instrument we gave you is the best means of grabbing Frostvelger's attention. I'll come along and show you the way to Zenith. That's the big palace where you need to blow the horn. First things first, though, we need to make for Asa. Oh, and watch out for rampaging dragons. Maybe that should have been the first thing, Kupo. And now, as we venture outward, we will hit up these two ether current quests. Mogsy is gazing fearfully at the road to Asa. You aren't thinking of heading towards Asa, are you? Best watch yourself if you are. Archaeosauruses stalk the road looking for an easy meal. If only someone could drive them away, Kupo. Oh, you seem the type for dragon hunting. Why don't you slay 3 of the Archaeosaurs and open the road back up for Moogle traffic? Once the deed is done, let Mogmont and Asa know. And unicorn time! I'm just gonna ignore the mobs along the way. I have to make my way over here. Don't know if I'm going the right way or if I'm gonna end up like needing to go up or something and get completely screwed. Nope, it's actually right here, I think. Maybe? Maybe I did need to go up. I did. I need to fight those Shropkin right there. But I can't get up there from here. I need to figure out a way to get up, unfortunately. And here we go. Not sure if I did that the way I was meant to. Why are you targeting yourself? I was wondering why my attacks weren't going. I was targeting myself for some reason, and I'm not entirely sure why. I just have to kill 3 of these guys, and then just run on back afterwards. And then it'll be on to Asa. Because the other quest is also over in Asa. But the other quest, like turn-in, is over at Asa, rather. That said, I don't think I'm killing these anywhere near the spring, because I think that's where this was the spring. All the way over there. So actually, I didn't even go, like, far enough. I just, I stopped immediately as soon as I saw the first Shropkin. Yes, I think the actual spring itself is over here, though. Yep. That's the spring that he was talking about. Right over there. So, I completely missed to even go to the right location. This is the spring right here. It's fine. I killed the Shropkin. That's all that matters. Also, it might not hurt to pull out the particular minion I need for this area. For the Yokai Watch event. Because then I can just, hit up some of these fates as we're going along. So, it was really just Magoosh the Misbehaving over here that made me think of it. It's like, I could be hitting the fates as I go. I have other, classes that do need experience. I don't have to be Dark Knight the entire time. Speaking of Dark Knight, though, we do need to go in and collect our level 54 quest line. I had forgotten that was where we had stopped. It was when I hit level 55 I remembered, but I didn't say anything immediately at the time. So, when we hit level 55, I happened to look up and see the quest line, and I remembered, oh right, we didn't do that. We need to. Many thanks, brave adventurer. Finally, I can enjoy a bath without the smell of raw dragonfish assaulting my senses. Say, a dip in the waters might serve to freshen you up as well, Kupo. I think we will go back and do the Dark Knight quest once we hit up the next area that we need to go to. Let me open my medallion. We need Lord Ananta and Zazzle up here. So, need to summon both of them, really. But either one is good, so. And now, we can hit up some fates as we go along. And attempt to collect some of the Yokai Watch medals here. I don't want to slow down our progress too much, though, so I'm probably going to do it pretty sparingly. But we'll see what happens as we go along. So, the hard part is I'm not quite at the point where I can be doing the fates here without it being like almost too much in the way of experience. So, Moss Dragon in waiting. Unable to execute command while mounted. But I'm not mounted. That said, sometime around level 70, maybe 80, I really want to try and remember. I'll probably just look it up. But I want to try to like figure out where the Odin quest lines are. See if we can't get Odin's trial unlocked. Mongoose is misbehaving. Action cancelled. You're under attack. Yeah, these stupid sunk TV. I remember this being a pain where these freaking Sunk Chini would always just aggro as I'm going through this section. Just trying to do anything, really. This is a level 54 fate. There's another Sanctini. Oh, my Chocobo has run out of time. So that's unfortunate, but it's fine. I'm Dark Knight at least, so surviving should be a bit easier for me than if I was in the like DPS classes. That's the one thing I dislike. The DPS classes are a little difficult to survive as when you're doing like fates or just like world content. Like, playing the tank classes or the healer classes are really the best ones for, like, doing content. Because as tank, you've got a bunch of defense buffs. And as healer, if you're ever starting to get low in health, you can always just heal. Hey! These Archaeosaurs counted towards the quest line. I had no idea that was going to happen. That's cool. Now you can level either a tank or a healer chocobo, and it does help. Like, quite a bit, actually. But still. Oh, now there's 4 Archaeosaurs that spawned this time. Oh no! But like, unfortunately the DPS don't get a lot of defense boosts. In fact, the 6.4 update actually removed a bunch of defense boosts from some of the DPS. And it's just like, really? Like, we just want to frickin' be able to survive, dude. Like, seriously. Let's have our defense boosts. Although I don't know if I got credit for the other 2 Archaeosaurs because I killed them outside of the Fate area. I don't actually know if they got counted. The problem with running a tank or a healer as your, like, new world content character is that it is very slow. Like, killing enemies is very slow as either. Oh, I have my Black Mage gear on at the moment. So that's fine. Meanwhile, Red Mage is a good DPS to do, like, world content because you can heal. But also, holy frick, am I getting absolutely munched on right now. Maybe switching to Red Mage was not the best plan. I mean, part of it is that I switched to Red Mage and then I ended up aggroing like 4 dudes. And just no DPS class can handle that. But if we get Rajit out here, things should go better this time. Especially since there's only 1 dude this time. But I must have played Red Mage or Black Mage last. Since I have my Black Mage gear on, or my Black Mage glam on, rather. Landlord Colony. But that should be fine still anyway, because I can just switch blip back to Dark Mage or Dark Knight. And I already had that glammed properly, so. I just want to check something real quick. I had not realized there were 3 enemies here. This is fine. There we go. Just do a little bit of content, not necessarily always a dark night, you know? That's what I was checking, though. I was checking class levels. Because I was going to go Summoner, but Summoner's only level 53. And I'd rather do the level 54 content at level 54 or more, so... We have arrived at Eorzea. Hi, Mogmont. This is not a sanctuary, though, unfortunately. Is that someone from below? How'd you get past the Archaeosaurs infesting the road? What? Mogsy asked you to slay them for him? It's just like him to depend on the kindness of strangers. Barely been able to venture outside of Eorzea for fear of being attacked. Now, thanks to you, the roads are just a little safer, Kupo. Yeah, except for the fact that they're gonna respawn, and then you're still gonna be just as screwed. You ever think about the life of an MMO character? It's like, yeah, but the mobs are gonna respawn, so you're still just as screwed. Hi, Morgan. Things were a bit bitey for a while there. I think we've arrived in one piece, Kupo. I wonder what has the dragon so awfully snappy. I mean, bad ones are always bad, but they seem worse than usual. Elgon Silver Piece. Thank you. Waiting for the wind to change. Moghan seems fretful about the weather. You may have a small problem, Kupo. When the winds are high like this, Hresvelgr invariably abandons his lofty perch and heads to the lands below to hunt. If you tried blowing the horn now, I doubt he'd hear it. It's just we stop at the clearing up ahead and rest until the wind dies down. I don't think there's any blues here. So... But it wouldn't hurt to run to the south this way just a little bit. Assuming I can, do that. Wow, that's way over there, actually. I didn't realize it was that far over. Also, where is the next ether current at? Northeast? Okay. So, yeah. Oh, wait. We need to get further into the story for it. There we go. I mean, I can always do this later when I have flight. It's just that there was that big circle that was just not, discovered. And I was like, I can just run over there right quick. But I didn't realize it was as far over as it was. But it's fine. We made it just fine. Running our way through Forearms. Didn't know that Ben 10 was here. Isn't that one of his aliens? Forearms. I haven't seen that show in years, man. Like, I'm pretty sure it's been like at least 10 years since that show aired. This should do nicely, Kupo. The wind will likely have died down by tomorrow. Until then, we might as well make ourselves comfortable. If we must interrupt our journey so close to its end, I suppose this place is as good as any. And mayhap a brief respite from the hardships of the road will help to clear our minds in readiness for the coming parley. Very well then, I believe a campfire is in order. Leave the gathering of fuel to me. I acquired a keen nose for firewood during my time in the frozen wastes of Kurthus. Clear our minds. 'Tis Master Alphino whose mind needs clearing. Thought of meeting a great worm in the flesh has befuddled the boy. Did you see him stroll away as if these ruins were not crawling with deadly beasts? Follow him, Rin, and see that the wildlife does not make a meal of our young friend. We will have the camp ready by the time you return. And Alphino can easily handle himself, but sure. I suppose he is not a sage yet. But still, he can still easily handle himself. But such is the nature of quests, I suppose. You have to pad it out at least a little bit to make sure that you are the right level. At least, way back then, when they maybe didn't have, like, the exact, experience formula figured out. And then we got to go up here. If that fate was near me, I would go over there, but unfortunately, I would then have to run all the way back to Asan. I don't feel like doing that. I like that there's all these dragons around that that are just around to fight. And then you step into these circles and it's like, oh, tree dude instead. It's like, alright, seems a little odd, fighting the trees when there's all of these dudes, but sure. Hey, it's Alphino. Leave the firewood to me. Have fun with that. I killed 2 enemies out of the 30 million that are around here that could kill you. You're perfectly safe now, though. It is a little hilarious that you really do just kill those 2 and they're not even the normal enemies in the area. I see I was right to worry about the boy's safety. Once Alphino returns with the wood, we can see about the supper. The Ice Queen has filled a pot with what looked like stew ingredients, ready for the fire. Ow! Stew is good. I mean, it's disgusting, but it is a good adventurer food, so. Firewood. And they've taken off my helmet for the scene. I always find that just so funny that they take off your headpiece for some of these cutscenes. Just because, usually I just have glasses, so. Few things compare to the simple pleasure of sitting beside a crackling campfire of one's own making. Ha! So speaks the great explorer. Until recently, you wouldn't have recognized firewood if it came with kindling and a flint. 'Tis well you instructed me so patiently then. But yes, left to my own devices, I would have been compelled to signal to your sail with a pile of damp leaves. I was born the pampered son of a Charleyan dignitary, and alongside my twin became the youngest student ever to be accepted into the studium. How proud I was to match wits with scholars and philosophers. How ignorant of mine own shortcomings. That hubris invited manipulation and betrayal, and led to the downfall of the Scions. We, all of us, are guilty of similar ignorance. How many men lay down their lives, never knowing what it is they fight for, never questioning that which they have been taught to believe. 'Twas only upon meeting Hresvelger that I learned the truth hidden within our history. Were it not for that chance encounter, I would never have vowed to tear down the Holy See and expunge the falsehoods with which it fans the flames of conflict. I would have lived and died in ignorance. That the truth has driven me to do terrible things I cannot deny, but I would rather sin in pursuit of peace and imagine myself virtuous for perpetuating a needless war. If this journey has taught me anything, it is the importance and difficulty of holding to one's convictions in the face of failure, of striving always to replace one's ignorance with knowledge. You are well on your way, Master Alphino. At your age, I was but a fool swinging a spear, with scarcely a thought in my head. But even now, I struggle to acknowledge the misconceptions under which I have labored. Sitting here amongst these grand ruins, how could I deny that man and dragon once lived in peace? But for all that such an age existed, we are now in a time of war. Nidhogg killed my family, and no quirk of history will exonerate him. I may be ignorant of how the Dragon Song War began, but if we do not put an end to this conflict now, I may be ignorant of how the Dragon Song War began, but if we do not put an end to this conflict now, I can say for certainty that it will only breed more vengeful souls such as mine. I thought that was Alphino speaking, since it had switched to, his viewpoint. In my hand resides the power to vanquish a great worm. If Ishgard's survival rests on me wielding that power, I will slay Nidhogg myself, orders or no. Estinian, you gave your word. My word is contingent upon the success of our parley. Show me the strength of your convictions, Lady Iceheart. Convince Hresvelger of the righteousness of our cause, or of your cause. Doubt not that I shall, Dragoon. Well, wind's willing, we shall have our answers on the morrow. Let us sleep now and face our fate with the rising of the sun. We are almost there. Robe of healing, robe of casting. Yeah, we'll just take the Elegon silver because money is always a good thing. Yep, it has definitely become day. I love the like separation between like the story's timeline and the friggin' game's like day and night cycle. Morgan is gazing meaningfully at the path to Zenith. The campfire was so cozy. I must have fallen asleep, Kupo. But do you feel how the winds have shifted? They will have borne Frostfelger back to the skies above Zenith, I'm sure of it. This is your chance to climb to the highest floor of the palace and summon him with a toot on that shiny horn. So, I'll be heading back now. If it's all the same to you. Good luck, Kupo. It was nice knowing you. What a coward. All right. It is time. Let us go just right over there, actually. It's within view. Either compass. 430 more to the northwest. Got it. So still quite a ways away. It's nowhere near this place. That's what I wanted to know. Unicorn. It is nice that the chocobo timer doesn't count down when you're mounted. Man, look at this place. It's so cool. That is always eerie. Or you could say it is the eerie. Ha! I'll see myself out now. This is one of the better songs here in Heavensward, honestly. Dragon Song, I believe is what it's called, but I could be wrong. Oh, hey! Never mind, it is here. It's literally right here. That's awesome. I love that, actually. Still no other blues, but I do now have the aetheryte here. So let's go ahead and play our horn and speak with Frostvelga. Meow. What? Ooh. Frostvelga. There he is. Dude, I love the dragons in this game. They are so awesome looking. They're not just your typical, like, dragon. Frostvelga.
なんだこれはドラゴン族の言語か。 だが頭の中に直接響くようなこの感覚は。
ああ、清流よ。覚えておいででしょうか。かつて私はドラバニアの地であなたに出会い、全てを知ったものです。真実を、そしてあなたが愛したシバの心を。
シバ。お。
私はシバの魂を呼び下ろし、この身に宿すことで知ったのです。彼女の汚れなき心を。
Lies always anarchisk in en eski anschis lies in。
私は竜と人との融和を願い、彼女のシバのよりしろとなったのです。
Es glai forul, inesh ilai, kanokish esole. Non shinesh olin, inesh in eldu olin. Arimfo is el mian il ankin, lisnesk nedigranan, eskian unkin nesh, ikin monesh Esk esh et all. Esk esh easy least nice.
そんな、それでは私は。
Tene. Esh edi in esk in. Non esi somi shisi shi.
Oof. Oof. All this time she thought she was following Shiva.
だがそれでも我々は命を賭してこの地に来た。竜と人の因果を断ち切るためここまで歩んできたのです。その心だけは決して幻想などではない。どうかこの不毛な争いを止めるためにあなたの力を。
Ten i elgain. Kako esoin. Slosk star ishiste. Stosk in. N asai innosk.
And now?
Teto hamafo. Esk ein isom ul an. Dran il ul esk afashi. Fia ein kinu. Losken stari strari dran. Lar hesne schnell.
Eyes of a great worm are where their strength is held. It's really odd. King Thornton. Ooh. Ratatoska. He slayed her. Ooh.
Is lufta sith thra antu in. Tish an esh elra.
Oh my.
Sith mon I ratatoska nis ed. For always in dar. Kal Egmon thorn in Yui. Ale fe in Leita. Working Ushkin in. San es Shisnishka. Stadrana
Dragon Song. Yikes.
Snowdoanki. Ulteda maaz mornish.
Well, that sucks.
それを信じろというのか。俺たちイシュガルドの民が聞いて育ってきた千年戦争のそれとはあまりに異なる。
Mixai eski listain. Non miki hisikin. Kua ala ain el. Sai an usi afa an thon nizeg. Non wo I alamon a. Skor esk mik I es. Nes soi an in. Do in an. Olodra.
異端者たちのことか。
Sale born I nesh iratatoska kin fo elna. Si is nesh dokin an.
Single sip of blood.
まさか
Is ros esh idran. Oloson inizeg. Non nish I esk diedran en. Wa ulwa skola es alakin el andranken. Mondo.
見たことがあるぞ。異端者たちがドラゴンの姿に変身するのを。なんということだ。では我々やイシュガルドの民が戦ってきたドラゴン族の中にも。
War ulmon ala an as drao. Kawol smain kol su thrahal seskmoni. Se an in kinizeg.
常々思っていたことがある。ニーズヘックが本気になればいつでもイシュガルドなど滅ぼせるだろうにと。これで特進が言った。粒子戦争を続けることが奴にとっての復讐であり、妹に捧げる鎮魂歌というわけか。
Yep.
In ice in drao. Ale in nia in.
やはり人の裏切りが発端だというなら目を返してシャイを伝えなくては。
Ja an. Lis as an in. En la tu ole ul in an hers isu. Mik du set in sori. Nosta e. No lis ais dui for fa in.
For them, it's immediately recent. Goodbye, Hraesvelgr. It's nice meeting you. Well, everything just went to shit. Hraesvelgr was every bit as awe-inspiring as I imagined. His voice fairly dripped with power. The will behind his words so undeniable that it transcended my ignorance of the dragon's tongue. 'Tis but a pity that I misliked what he said. So far did we travel, even unto the very heavens themselves, only to be dismissed like unruly children. And far from mitigating this humiliation, the hidden truths we have learned served only to prove that the grand mission of peace was destined to fail from the first. Nothing will deter Nidhogg from his course. The Worm's Lair. Elfino is considering your party's next course of action. Aw, yeah. Also, this should be interesting. I'm not the Azure Dragoon.
お前たちはこれからどうするつもりなんだ? 俺はこのまま東に向かうが。
I'm not, I haven't done the Dragoon stuff, the Dragoon quests yet. I've only unlocked Dragoon. So I haven't reached the point of being in the Azure Dragoon yet. So I am curious how his dialogue is going to change. Because normally when he talks to you during the scene, he mentions that you are also an Azure Dragoon.
東へ何があると言うんだ。
俺の持つ竜の目を通じて奴の気配を感じる。その先に竜の巣があるはずだ。ニーズ。
Whoops.
まさか貴様。
今さら止めるつもりではなかろうな。俺は約束通りフレースベルグとの対話のためこれまで力を貸してきた。氷の巫女よ、お前の試みが失敗した今、コートを救う方法はただ一つ。
人が犯した罪の深さを聞いてなお、それでも粒子戦争を続けるつもりか。
いいや、ここでケリをつけてやるさ。俺の手でニーズヘックを殺す。
待ってくれ、賞賛はあってのことなのか。今も感じたフレースベルグのとてつもない力、ニーズヘッグもその七大天竜の一翼なんだぞ。イシュガルドの守りを固め、全戦力を投じて迎撃してさえ勝てるかどうか。それを敵地に乗り込んで倒すなどと。
Indeed.
手はあるさ。こちらには竜の目があるからな。光の戦士の協力があればやりようはある。
The Warrior of Light has bested many an invincible foe. It's so true.
とはいえ、奴の居所をつかまなければ話にならん。いずれにせよ、まずは竜の巣を見つけるのが先決だ。
なんという狂乱の歴史なのだ。結局血で血を洗うことでしか解決できないのか。
歴史とはそういうものだ。そしてそれは人も同じ。俺の手が竜の血に染まろうとも、 俺は今やれることをやる。
I mean, he's not wrong. His armor will be stained crimson by the end of this. It's his look for, like, an expansion and a half.
何もできなかった。私のしてきたことは、私は夢を見ていたのか。すべても。
放っておけ。今のそいつに何を話しても無駄だ。貫く意志の槍が折れたやつにもはや用はない。
Poor Eorzea. She's gone years believing in what she had. And then suddenly she's realized that all of it was false. I understand how that feels, unfortunately. It is not the most pleasant of feelings. Having grown up in a religious family, to, you know, have spent almost 20 years believing what I did, only to have to come to grips with the fact that it's all freaking fake. All the stories and tales and things that I was always raised to believe were truth, that were, you know, that I was raised to believe were true, and then realizing that, first off, literally all of it is just straight up impossible. There is literally no way that it could be true. Daughter of the land, you are here in our realm at the blessing of Vidofnir, which means that there is good within you. Mine uncle, known by your people as Galar, the second son, ever loyal servant of Frasfelg, is beset by minions of Nidhogg. Ask with humble heart that you lend him your strength. For without aid, I do not believe he will survive much longer. I am too young and weak to alter the tide of battle. Let's go save Galar. This might have been a bad choice to switch to freaking mage. Actually, the bad choice was to freaking drop an AoE. That's what the bad choice was. Shouldn't have stole all of the aggro. Tis okay, because I do have Cure. Tis nice that I have instacast Cure this, you know, at this point in the game. No instacast res, unfortunately, but at least instacast Cure. And as long as I attack these guys one by one, I should be relatively okay. Oops. I forgot. My mind was on the fact that, that like I could use, you know, finish the combo on like the next enemy, that I completely neglected to notice that I had completed the combo already. Yeah, it's just a matter of, you know, cycling in your bear cure every once in a while. That was dumb. Unfortunately, Galar here has a lot of health. There's not a particularly large amount of stuff I can do to help him out. Yeah! Right as I went to cast Cure. Frick. I really need to remember to keep my Chocobo out. I might be able to still get back there before he dies, though. I'm not sure, but I might still be able to get back there before he dies. It depends on how long it takes for freaking Limsa Laminsa to load to begin with. And then how long it takes to freaking load back into Zenith afterwards. As said, my webcam seems to have broken. It is not having the best of luck with... There it goes. Say, it's not having the best of luck with finding my face. So, nope. It's already over. Because it was over here, so... Nope. It's over and it's failed. It took way too long to load in. That's unfortunate. Well, since we have this area, let's head back to Foundation, because we can pick up our level 54 Dark Knight quest. Oh, I really dislike the freaking level 50 to 60 Dark Knight quests. I dislike the level 50 to 60 class quests in general. They're not great. Like, almost none of these are all that good. Like, there's a few that are, like, fine. But none of them are great. So... you are Clan Hunt. Let us unlock the hunt. There are a couple of things here that I'm going to want. Going to want to start collecting Centurio shields. Because I'm going to go into... oh. It won't even let me look at them. Because I haven't even gotten my first set of Centurio seals. Yeah, I have to examine the clan hunt board first, so... Words of the Vanu shaman yet trouble Sidurgu. So, a great spirit dwells within Riel. If that shaman is to be believed. Yeah... and it's not what it sounds like. We need answers, Rin. I can think of no one better to answer them. No one better to ask than those who commune with spirits regularly. I speak of Gridania's conjurers, who can hear the voices of the Twelveswood, or so it is said. It's just as well. Frey told me she had an aptitude for the arts, but it had taken him moons to learn. She mastered in days. Oh yeah, okay. The gender, the pronouns there confused me for a second. Sometimes these talents run in the family, he said. My Hapra ancestors were conjurers after a fashion. Whatever the reason, there is no guarantee it is related to what the shaman said, or why the temple knights wished her dead. If past experience is any indication, they will be tracking us the moment we leave the city. It's not a question of if they will attack us, but when. But you will be ready for them, I see, and let us be off. The road should be safe so far as Camp Dragonhead. I hate this quest line. Spoilers, it ends by discovering that she has dragon blood. Like, that's literally the big reveal. You spend the whole time being like, oh, you know, she's got some great spirit in her. No, it's just, she's just freaking, just like everybody else here. There we go. Now I can go in and open these up and look at them. So you can get some gear, some Doman gear here. That is kind of neat. Yeah, this is the samurai katana. Doman samurai katana. This is the Doman claymore. And all of this is item level 180 gear, of course. So, but what we want is artifact gear. And these are the really cool ones. Every Final Fantasy that has a Dark Knight has a Deathbringer, for example. And here's where you can get Deathbringer. You can get the Briannoch. Hauteclair for Paladins. And like, some of these weapons are just awesome looking. Like, I love the sword. Some of them are whatever. I'm not big on Parashu here. I don't think the Rising Suns were particularly interesting either. I like the idea of just like normal, you know, fisticuffs kind of thing. This has Ferdinand, which is the machinist weapon that I used from level 60 all the way up to level 89. Like, I kept this thing as my glam for the longest time. And then, again, some of these are like, what the frick? Like, what the frick is this? But then there's like Yukimitsu. This is really cool. It's a nice little ninja weapon. You know? It actually, like, looks like ninja, in my opinion. Then you can get, like, Lunaris Rod, which is cool looking. The Seraph Cane for White Mage, which is fine. It's not amazing, but it definitely feels like a white mage, you know? It's like, oh look, it's a freaking, what were they called? Light Warden. Not Light Warden, Sin Eater. Basically a freaking Sin Eater on your freaking weapon there. This one's pretty cool looking. The Atlas. And then of course you have both of these are going to look almost identical because that's just how they do this. You've got elements and you've got almandatal. Actually, they look pretty different from the look. Like, they're the exact same image. Or no, they're not. They're not even the same icon. I think I just didn't look at it until after. But yeah, unfortunately, it's not uncommon nowadays for the grimoires. You know, both the Scholar Grimoire and the Summoner Grimoire to look exactly the same. But also, there is armor, you know. The Goetia coat for Black Mage. Caller's Himation for Summoner. I've actually never looked at the armor, to be honest. I don't know that I even knew that there was armor. I'm just kind of coming to realize. Savant's Overcoat for Scholar. Orson's Robe was for White Mage. There you go. Welkin Robe for Astro. Isn't this just what we get when we hit level 60? Maybe these are just the level 60 gear that we automatically just get handed. And like, if you got rid of them, you'd have to come back here for them. Because yeah, that's just straight up the gear that you get when you hit level 60. Like when you finish the level 60 quest. So I'm wondering if that is the case. Yeah, because the Chaos Burgeonet. Yeah, the Creed Quirus, the Ravager's Quirus. Yeah, all of this stuff is just the level, the exact, it's the level 60 gear that you get. Cool. I didn't realize that, but that's actually really cool. Dragon Lancer's Placket. Alrighty. So, I mean, I don't need to worry about buying these then, because if I want any of these armors, these are just straight up the ones that they give you. This one is kind of neat. I like the, you know, not exactly like strapless, but it is. Because, like, there's nothing holding it up, really. But it's also not, like, low or anything. Not all strapless gear is, you know, low cut. I am particularly fond of strapless gear that is low cut, so. Yeah, and then the Creed Quirus, like, I mean, if this isn't Paladin, I don't know what says. Like, if this doesn't say Paladin, I don't know what does. But also, oh my gosh, this is way too Paladin. This is freaking Grand Paladin level, not just freaking normal Paladin. But yeah, it's something to keep in mind, is that, I guess we can get the gear automatically. The weapons we have to buy from there, but the gear, you know, the armor will just all of that will automatically get at level 60 at least. So peruse level 1 clan marks. Woolly Yak, Gastornis, Myacid. Yeah, these are all just the like level 1 areas. It's Sea of Clouds, Western Highlands, and then there's like one that's in the Forelands. But they're all 3 Centurio seals. So like, what, 3, 6, 9, 12, 15. Like, even if I did all of them, I would only get 15. Obviously, if I did them every day, we could get a good handful. But there will come a point where we can just like do 2, and it'll give us like 50 each. And at that point, it's just like, hey, in one day we just get everything, you know? That was the Western Highlands at Camp Dragonhead. Oh my gosh, the yawns have come back. Meow. 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 What? 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 The cat is meowing like crazy. I'm sure you can hear it. Stargoo. They're close. They're close. I can feel it. Stay with Real. I'm going to scout out the road to the observatorium. Follow at a distance. If they come, do whatever it takes to see her safety inside the walls. Good. As a promise. But, like, is she really safe even in the friggin' Kurthus places? Please be safe, Sid. I'm ready, Rin, whenever you are. It's like, I don't know that you're any safer in the Kurthus cities than we are anywhere else. Like, if it's the freaking Ishgardians trying to kill her. And there they are. Summon the others. They found us. Now. Yeah, I think she is technically a conjurer. This way, men! After them! But again, why didn't the Ishgardians just attack while I was in the town? That's what I don't get. They're just Ishgardians. Not like there's some sect of Ishgardians that like broke off or anything. They're just normal freaking temple knights. Surrender the curls, there's no escape. Stay back, all of you. I like how they had to stop and take a moment to get back. Why did the archer live the longest? Phlebotomize. I'm meddling in affairs beyond your ken. Get away from us, I'm warning you. I like the archer went all the way to her and then turned around. You'll live to regret this. Nope, I can't kill him. At the gates, Ren. Just a little further. We made it. Thank you, Ren. Thank you. But again, are we really safe here? Like, what's keeping these guys from attacking us? Is it just that they don't know? Rin, thank the gods you're all right. Gah, should have known they would strike when we were apart. Certain to return with reinforcements ere long. Must press on south into Gridanian territory. Till we reach the city proper, we cannot be assured of safety. We leave now, Real. Can rest once we reach Stillglade Fane. All the way to Stillglade Fane? Why not just freaking into freaking Gridania? You get to Gridania, you rest, and then you go to Stillglade Fane. Off to the Conjurer's Guild. And we get to go talk to Isumian, who's never great, who has never been great at handling things properly to begin with. So how will he utterly fail this time, I wonder? How will he utterly fail this time? Ah, Rin, you have come to continue your studies? A great spirit, is it? If it please, I would examine this girl myself. It's the very least I can do for one who has ever been a friend of the Twelveswood. Ah, but where are they? They're not here yet, because we have to go into cutscene mode. They'll be here in a moment. Oh look, we're in cutscene mode. And look, they're here! Apologies for our late arrival. Real grew tired, and I had to carry her part of the way. I could have kept walking. Our burdens Our burdens need not be our own, child. There's no shame in sharing the weight. Who's the boy? Aha! I am Brother Isumian, master of this guild. And though you will labor to believe it, young man, I am several times your age. Huh. You must be real. Rin has told me all about you. Pray, come closer and take your ease. I ask that you close your eyes and listen to my words. Breathe deep. Feel the myriad life around you. Be as one with the world. Well, the Vanu's shaman spoke true after a fashion. Her spiritual presence belies her years. It is clearly not the product of training, rather an innate power with which she radiates, akin to that of the elementals or the Travanians. Can't be serious, she's just a girl. Yes, she is, a very special girl. Mayhap you are familiar with the tale of the boy and the dragon gay? No. Hardly surprising. The Archbishop declared it a heretic's tale, and with good cause. It is a corruption of an old legend in which a man partakes of dragon blood, and, in doing so, becomes one himself. Rumor has it that heretics hold such rituals for this very purpose. And if there is truth in such tales, perchance she has ingested the blood of an ancient dragon. What? She's not some half-crazed lunatic. And make no accusations, only offer a possible explanation. Moreover, who is to say she did so knowingly? You... Excuse me, pray forgive me. I do not mean to cause you distress. You have nothing to fear, my child, for you are in perfect health and blessed with 2 loyal guardians. Would that others could say the same. I think Riel would benefit from a brief respite before returning to Ishgard, unused to the rigors of the road as she is. Why not show her to the Caroline Canopy? An eel pie can do wonders for the soul. We thank you for your time. I mean, okay. It's the blood of an ancient dragon. But it's still just like, especially if you have just finished the section we did, where it's like, oh, all Ishgardians are this way. It's like, okay, so why are they after her? I'm confused. She has the blood of dragons. Literally every Ishgardian has the blood of dragons. So why are they after her? Unfortunate, and for those who maybe do enjoy this, don't get me wrong, maybe you can explain it to me better. But the moment that he says, like, you've ingested the blood of an ancient dragon, I'm like, the very first time I was doing this, I was like, really? That's it? What, really? She has dragon blood. That's it. Like, really? That's it? She has dragon blood? Because don't all Ishgardians have dragon blood? And, like, not just dragon blood, but, I'm sorry, I hear ancient dragon. And, like, is that not what Ratatoskr was? Was she not a great worm? Like, that's even greater than an ancient dragon. Like, I don't understand why she is so special. That, like, the Temple Knights are out in force trying to kill her. When the Temple Knights are also the people that already know that literally every Ishgardian has dragon blood of Ratatoskr in them. In fairy tales and fantasies, this is what he has to offer to us. Heretics, I understand, but I expected better from the bloody head of the Conjurers Guild. And you, why don't you speak up for yourself? Real! There were no windows, just walls of stone with little cracks to tempt your fingers, and iron bars colder than ice. I couldn't tell when it was raining, whether it was day or night. She didn't say I drank blood. All she said was, "It's better this way." At least if they catch me, they'll just kill me this time. Can I finish my apple? Like, does it have something to do with the fact that it was a recent ingestion? Like, because she was given the dragon blood and she drank it, but she didn't realize that that's what it was, right? Like, so is it because even though everybody in Ishgard has this, like, she ingested it recently? But also, isn't even one drop of dragon blood supposed to literally turn you into a full-blown dragon? Why has she not turned into a dragon? I don't understand this quest line at all. And this quest completely, like, makes all of this quest line just suck. Because it's like, oh, you know, she's got some great spirit in her. Like, that's going to be a cool reveal when we get to the end of it, you know? Like, what is she? And then it's the blood of dragons, like literally everybody else has. And it's like, maybe I'm not understanding something, but I'm totally just like, isn't that true for everyone? Go ahead. How is she not turned into a dragon? And, like, doesn't everybody have dragon blood? I don't understand this quest. And this moment just destroys the entire quest for me. It's not a sin if someone made you do it. I didn't. I won't let them hurt you. I know. You want another one? No, thank you. Right then. Keep an eye on her until she's finished eating, would you? I could do with some fresh air. Again, maybe I'm not understanding something. You know, if you're watching the VOD on YouTube, you know, leave a comment. Tell me maybe just what I'm misunderstanding about that. Thank you for waiting with me, Rin. Shall we go and find Sid? Well, I've had my fill of the forest. Back to Ishgard, then. I think Reel and I can manage on our own for now. Shall we? And again, and like, how are they going back to Ishgard without issues? Like, how are they living in Ishgard and not getting absolutely assaulted 24/7? If it's that she has dragon blood. Why are they getting assaulted when it's just that she has dragon blood? You know? I don't know. I would love for somebody to explain. I don't know if anybody here understands better than me. Maybe I'm missing something. But if nobody in the chat... It says there's 5 people here, but nobody has spoken. So unless, like, the chat is just broken or something, I could do a test to make sure. Nope, it is not broken. So, no, just nobody is talking, which is fine. You know, don't need to have people talk. It's just nice to have, you know, somebody that knows things that can explain. This was a blessedly uneventful journey. Perhaps the Temple Knights were still nursing the injuries you gave them. Reel was worried that they might try to ambush you on the road, but I assured her you would be fine. I must apologize, Rin, for all you have done for us. I fear I have yet to adequately recompense you. I will continue to share with you what skills I can, unless I fear we near the limits of my knowledge. Sergio shares with you his knowledge of... So, I missed the rest of that. And the point is, yay, I just got a freaking skill that I literally will never actually be using. So, Plunge is a jumping attack, and every tank class has one. It's just unfortunate that Dark Knight has so many other skills that you need to use regularly that, like, you know, I'm in combat, I click the first dude, and then, like, I would be able to hit the plunge. But, like, my hand's on the left side, so, like, maybe I would just click with the mouse or something. I mean, it's not a skill that you would use normally in combat anyway. It's more just a, like, an opener skill, if you will, you know? So, beat enemies as you search for the Aerie. I mean, are we not able to just see the Aerie right there? It's weird. Like, it's right there. Like, we can see it from here. I think we are almost at the point, though, where we're going to be able to do the next dungeon. And 50er. I don't actually know how to say that. I know it's one of the, like, Greek dragons. But I don't actually know how to say the name of that particular type of dragon. I also wonder, yeah, I've been creating my own universe for my D&D groups and things. And I sometimes wonder if I'm not just using D&D too much. Like, because, you know, I've got, you know, the chromatic and the metallic split just exactly the same as D&D does. But then, like, that doesn't really leave you a lot of room to, like, play around with the types of dragons that live in your world. It's like, oh, well, you know, chromatic and freaking metallic. You know, you've got good dragons, you've got evil dragons. Doesn't really allow you to open up into, you know, maybe there's a group of bronze dragons that are at war with a freaking group of, you know, gold dragons because of reasons, you know? And I think, I mean, it was, I think, 2 sessions ago, which, by the way, if you're interested in watching people play D&D, and go through an interesting campaign, we do stream those on Sundays. Every Sunday at 9 or at 8 p.m. I almost said 9. To be honest, we do generally not start until around 9. You know, we get started sometime between 8:30 and 9 because that's when all of the players arrive. You know, but we usually start the stream around 8. And even if we don't start the stream, like, right at 8, we'll still, like, have the stream going by, like, 8:30. Unless there isn't going to be one in that case, you know. That's the last one? Yeah! That is the last in-world. It is just the quest ones now. Which I've not seen another blue pop up yet. It looks like it's right there, waiting to inhale. Don't mind if I see about doing this fate to see if we can get more of Lord Ananta medals. I just really wish the tanks did more damage. I get that they're the tank, so they have the highest defense, but it just sucks that their damage is like reduced by like 40%. Or at least that's how Blue Mage tank works. You can hold more aggro, but your damage is reduced. The amount of damage you deal is literally reduced by 40%. It's like, really? Like, just let Blue Mage tank. It's already overpowered. Who freaking cares? Freaking Blue Mage tank. Like, who freaking cares? If a Blue Mage is able to deal 1,000 damage, or they're only able to deal, what? I guess it would be 6,000? I think, would that be 40% less? It's freaking Blue Mage. But also, like, if that same does, you know, I assume that that's the design philosophy around the classes. And it's just like, why? Like, why does it suck so bad to be a tank? It's so, like, all of your attacks just do so little damage. Like, it takes forever to kill these guys as a freaking tank. But if I were to switch to a DPS class, I would, like, die just from this fate. And I'm at level with my DPS, you know, DPS classes. Heck, I'm over level by 1. But, like, I would basically die. Because DPS just have no defense. Like, if I want to actually, like, take care of these fates in any reasonable amount of time. Like, look at that! Look how much faster I deal damage as Red Mage versus as Tank. Which, I suppose as long as I'm only getting one mob on me at a time, it's fine. But when the other Tula hand respawns, I might end up with a second one on me. Oh, nope, because he's already respawned. He's just over there. These guys just tend to aggro randomly. Sometimes they will aggro just, like, from spawning in. Like, they will spawn in and already have aggro. And it's just like, why? Nobody has attacked you yet. Why do you have any aggro? Like this guy! This guy freaking just pops up right behind me and attacks. Why he do that, but not the other one? Freaking, look at this. Look how fast I'm dying. Now that I'm down to freaking, now that I'm getting hit by 2 enemies. why did you... He freaking aggroed to me after the fate had ended and then began running away. Like, what? Excuse me? That makes sense. Freaking die, jeez. This should have been more than enough freaking damage. Like, if I did not have Bear Cure, I would have died so many times already. Well, I mean, I suppose I would have only died once, because I would have died, and then that would have been it. Like, just the amount of freaking damage that I'm taking. And I'm sure somebody will say, like, well, it's because you're wearing the freaking, you know, Ironworks gear instead of, like, the better stuff. But there is no better stuff yet. Like, legitimately. Freaking Ironworks gear is the best until, like, what is it, level 55? And then you can use the dungeon gear from the level 55 dungeon. But, like, you can't get, like, better regular gear until level 56. And, like, this is level 54 content. You know? But also, I am the person, you know, I'm the girl that likes baby game. As the chat in, you know, the Vine Sauce chat would say. Why you play baby game? It's like, but it's not baby game. It's just easier because why can't games be easy? You know? My stance is still the same and always will be. Video games are a means to have fun, relax, de-stress. So why do they need to be freaking hard as balls? But I want my game to be fun. I have yet to get anybody to be able to explain to me why easy is not fun. Like, they'll tell me things like, well, easy isn't fun. I'm like, okay, why is a game being easy, you know, not fun? And they always end up just responding with like, well, because it's not. Okay, but that's not a reason. Why isn't it? Nobody has ever been able to answer that question. I would love to hear an answer. I really would. Like the you know, life-changing, possibly, for me, even. Like, it could be life-changing. Like, oh, I understand now. But every time I ask the question, hello, Vitriedel. Every time I ask the question, like, what is it about an easy game that makes it not fun? And it's like, well, because it's not challenging. It's like, okay. So, when I ask the question, why does it have to be hard to be fun? Your answer is because it has to be hard. That's what that is. That's what you're saying there, you know. It's like nobody can seemingly describe it without legitimately just saying it's because hard. And my question is, why hard? Why does it have to be hard? I'm perfectly okay with games being hard. Don't get me wrong. I just want to understand why games have to be hard in order for some people to enjoy them. You know? Pally responds with, it depends upon the experience you want. But that still doesn't answer the question. You know? Right. For those in the, you know, for those in the VOD, Pally was just saying that back in the day, games were short. So if they weren't hard, you would breeze through them, and then you wouldn't get much out of it. But that's an explanation for why old games are hard. That's not an explanation for why games now need to be hard, but then also need to be like 40 hours long, you know? Never could be taking her so long, Kupo. Her replacement should have been here already, but I don't see her anywhere. I'm so hungry. I wager she went home on account of those troublesome Tula hands that are flapping about. If you slay 4 of them, that should secure a safe path. Give my replacement no excuse. Please, my stomach begs you, Kupo. I get, you know, games back then were short. And yeah, maybe, you know, it would suck if you were able to just breeze through the game. I do get that. But when we're talking modern video games that have hours upon hours upon hours of gameplay, you know, Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom, Elden Ring, why then do those need to be hard when you're already getting hundreds of hours, you know? Because even if you sit there and play continuously, you're still not breathing through them. I mean, not unless you're using like speedrun, you know, techniques. I mean, I highly doubt that anybody can claim, well, you know, I breezed through this game. It was too easy. It went by too fast because, you know, I freaking broke the game. Oh my gosh. constantly healing. It's like healing takes up your freaking time. It's kind of annoying. Hard to say on length, but a lot of games kind of overstaying their welcome. More doesn't always mean better. Well, yeah, I mean, and I agree on that. You know, there's definitely a lot of games that are just too long to begin with. But then would not adding difficulty therefore make the game stay longer? Like, so then the game should be easier so that it doesn't freaking stay around as long. Thank you. Now that the Tula hands are out of the way, it's only a matter of time before my replacement gets here. About to pass out from hunger, so I think I'll go ahead. What could go wrong, Kupo? You're a bit of a cynic with a lot of games nowadays, though. I've been leaning more towards the social variety lately. I don't quite know what that means. Like MMOs and things kind of thing? Or like just the game, you know, the games that are social? Yeah, stuff like, oh yeah, stuff like Lethal Company. I forget that that's a game. It doesn't look fun. Like, I think all of the fun in Lethal Company is just like, you know, well, because you're in a group and things, like all these wacky things happen. And like the dialogue that you have. But like, the game just doesn't look fun. You die so fast. And like, there's a lot of monsters in the game that I feel like don't really give you a good chance to like dodge, you know, avoid, kill. I don't know. It just doesn't look fun to me every time I watch it. Like, I enjoy the, you know, people playing. And yeah, there's funny stuff that happens. But I look at the game and I just go, this looks really stupidly hard. And granted, it is still an early access, right? It's not like a complete game yet. But then it's just like, what do? You go collect things. You know, you go to a planet, you collect money, you know, items to get money rather. And then eventually, just because there is no end game at the moment, you know, the cost just gets too high and then you literally have no choice but to die. See, I don't actually know what EverQuest is. I've heard of it a few times, but I don't actually know what it is. I know that it was a big thing back in the day. Honestly, I'm surprised that I don't know what it is because I was around back in the day, but I don't know. Somehow I just completely missed it. A really ancient MMO. That's what I was thinking. Like, I was thinking that like everything I had heard about EverQuest was it being some kind of MMO. But that's about it. Like, that's about all I know about it. And there's the Eyrie, though. Muds.
俺を
Is inspired by Muds. Now that, oddly, I do remember. I do remember Muds. Believe it or not.
間違いない。あれが竜の巣だ。目を通して感じるぞ。奴のニーズヘックの怨念を。
Too bad the weather is foggy because we can't see it. But that's the Eyrie.
ティオマンを葬られ警戒したか。巣を覆うように暴風を巡らせていやがる。
かつて我々は乱心ガルーダの風壁を突破し、奴の居城に攻め入ったことがある。シドに助力を仰ごう。あの時と同じようにね。
Indeed. Master Garland. Time to go talk to Sid and get one of the cooler free mounts. Or I guess easy to obtain mounts? I don't know what you would call it. Sidian would have you enlist the aid of Sid Garland. A force of sufficient power to break through a primal's defenses might conceivably grant us access to the Eyrie. I can offer no better solution. Pray consult this engineer friend of yours. Very well, on the condition that you swear not to lure Nidhogg from his lair in our absence. And steal all the glory for myself, you mean? Nay, I am not so selfish as that. Contact me by Link Pro when your preparations are complete, and we shall set forth for Mishgard together. I suggest we rendezvous back at Saint Renet's Forum, Rin. From what I gleaned of the Holy See's decidedly ambitious airship project, Sid will still be in Ishgard. Alright. I believe... before we leave, let me double check that I'm not missing any ether currents here. Nope. Just one that's from a quest. Oh, yep, over here. Hydra Muggles. Or Hydra Moogles. Muggles? Let me go do that then. Then we'll continue. Then we'll head back to Ishgard. But yeah, I mean, I do get, you know, back in the day, games were a lot easier.
Unbelievable.
Games
You.
were...
Subject name here.
Must be the pride of.
Subject hometown here.
Ooh, stretch time, eh? Alrighty. That's probably good to do that. Considering that we've been going for almost 4 hours and I haven't even stood up at all. Unfortunately, I don't have any animations for the avatar, so I don't even know how to do it, like add them even. I think I might even need a completely separate program. So while I am stretching, ooh, hang on, I got a freaking kink right there. Kink's not the right word, but ooh, I got like a spot in my back that doesn't want to release now. Hi, cat. And water. Actually, staying hydrated is fairly easy for me during the streams because I have tons of drinks around. But because you did mention it, I'll reach over here and grab me a drink. Root beer. Give me a good old root beer. Hi, cat. Are you gonna sit down on my lap? You sure about that? You don't usually do that. Meow. Yes, Charlie did come up to sit on my lap. You know, you could do that too. Meow. Yeah. You just never want to. But you absolutely could. Whoa. Nope. Don't like the... Charlie does not like the camera, so immediately yeetus. It's cat cam time. She hasn't been in a position today where I've been able to turn it on and leave it on. So, but she's sitting here right now. I can reach over and pet her all nicely. Yeah, such a sweet kitty you are. So happy to be petted. Oh, and there goes the kitty cat. It's funny because she's begging for food, but her bowl, which is where she's at now, just right over there. It's hard to, you know, point at it because there's a freaking light right there. But that bowl is completely full. I'm not very good at, like, maneuvering the camera here. Man, you can barely even see the bowl from here. It's that tiny little, like, black thing on top of the piano there. Like, there's a TV, and then, like, right next to that is, like, a bookshelf. And like right there in like the center, you can see just like a portion of the bowl. Thought that was a cat, but that's just a trash can. That's the cat. I think. No, that's not a cat. I'm not even sure. Is that just my chair? Is that what my chair looks like from this angle? Good grief. Yes, it is. Yep, that's my chair. Cause she likes to get up here and then she claws, and I can't get her to stop doing that. So, well, cat has left, so turn off cat cam. So, I need to remove the freaking VRM freaking thing. This Moogle is scouring every nook and cranny in Zenith. Hide and seek seemed like a fun game at first. I had no idea everyone would be so good at it. I just want to go home. Can you find the other 3 Moogles and tell them it's time to leave, Kupo? And this is why you always put a limit on how long you can hide. You have X length of time before you can before you have to go back. I don't believe you found me. I'll find an even better hiding spot next time, Kupo. Trying to remember where all of these freaking Mughals are. Nope, I legitimately cannot go that way. But I guess it's fine. It looks like they're over this way somewhere. Like, there's one of them right there. Can I not go up here? That was odd. Emasculated Moogle. I fell asleep in my hiding place. I think I'll return to my comfy bed. God, I know how that is. Falling asleep all the time. Just trying to do things. And then just the next thing I know, I'm freaking waking up. All because I freaking fell asleep. At some point. Chronic fatigue syndrome sucks. You actually found me. Aw. Well, I suppose it's time to go home, Kupo. But how did you not find him? He was literally standing there in broad daylight. Unbelievable. You've already found all the Mughals. Finally, we can go home. I've never seen such skill-seeking in my life, Kupo. Trying to make you find everyone. We usually don't hide this well. You'll be the first one we invite to our next game. Oh, freaking earrings. Literally none of these are gonna matter because they're freaking earrings. And I have Dawn Trail pre-ordered, which means I have the Azema earrings. So I am good on earrings from level 1 to level 90 on all classes. I need never replace my earrings. Okay, so Skysteel Manufactory. That makes sense. When last you saw Master Garland, he was advising the Guardians on their ailing airship, correct? In that case, he may still be at Camp Cloudtop. Failing that, we could try the airship landing, or mayhap even the Skysteel Manufactory. But let's not waste time searching aimlessly. Someone in the city is sure to know where to find him. Question is, who? Sir Aymeric would seem the obvious choice, but there's no guaranteeing he will be able to grant us an audience at such short notice. Ah, I have it! Count Edmund's youngest son prides himself on knowing all of the Holy Sea's juiciest rumors. Let's return to the manor and see if Lord Emanelaine is about. I mean, we could at least go to the Skysteel Manufactory to check. Like, we're right here. Welcome, Mistress Akagi. Shall I show you inside the manor? Indeed. Ah, the hero returns. How goes the fight, old girl? Well, I trust. In search of a Sid Garland, you say? Then say no more. The taverns are full of talk, and the name of said silver-haired genius has cropped up more often than most. I hear he has been tasked with getting that monstrous airship the Holy See commissioned to actually fly. 'Twould seem the project has been plagued with mishaps from the first. In any case, Garland Ironworks employees are known to frequent the airship landing, and I'll wager their master does too. The airship landing? Yes, I thought as much. Come, Rin. We must find Sid and trouble him for his expert opinion. But I mean, why didn't we just look there first? like, yes, I knew he would be there. Then why didn't we just check there first and make this easier on ourselves? It's like, if you have ideas of where he is, you check. And then you go wandering about looking for people afterwards. You know? Like asking everybody, hey, have you seen? Apparently, one of my one of the people I know here on FF14 was here at the stream. I have no idea which username they have. They might have been the one that was talking, though. Wait, this is a minion. What the frick? Baby bun? Tastes great on salads and in stews. Excuse me? That's a minion. It might have been Pally. Or rather, they might have been Pally-pesters. Considering that Pally-pesters has gone quiet, so... I don't know, they didn't list their, like, name. Oh! their Discord name. Yes, so... Hey! Ay. Got it. Yep, I know where things are. Athenium Astrologicum. That's what I'm looking for. I was looking for airship landing, but airship landing is not the airship landing. Because there isn't an airship landing thing. It's the Athenium Astrologicum. So... Oh. Hey look! Biggs, Wedge, and Sid. Rin, Alphino, how fare you both? How terribly well, judging by your faces. Greetings, Master Garland. I'm sure it will come as little surprise when I tell you we have need of a favor. Another wind barrier? You say it was conjured by Needhawk. The Enterprise can certainly take you where you need to go, but she will not fare well against dragons. She's agile for a ship her size, but not that agile. The Dravanians would fly rings around her. If they took it into their heads to incinerate the rigging, there would be precious little we could do to avoid them. So there must be something we can do, some manner of weapon we could employ. Stinian stands vigil at the edge of the turning mists, but we do not know how much longer. Alright. I didn't say it was impossible. I said it was impossible for the Enterprise. We need a smaller boat. Biggs, Wedge, it's time we gave that new toy of yours a proper field test. It's probably best if I let the lad show you. Come on, the manufacturer is not far. Not far, he says. It's on the opposite side of the freaking city from where we are. Like, legitimately the exact opposite side of the city. It's literally as far away as it could possibly be. in the city. Nope, it's not here yet. I was gonna say, the thing that they're gonna give us sits right here for a couple of quests. But it's not there yet. Hello, project's just inside. Oh, you're going to like this one. Is it though? I just went in there. It wasn't in there. But now it has spawned in. Oh no, inside the manufactory. I see.
刮目して見るがいいっす。これがオイラたちが作ってる船。名付けてマナガッターっす。
Wow, I completely forgot that they had voices this early on. Mana Cutter. Oh yeah.
第7西暦宣言の後、俺たちは一時的に親方の元を離れ、タイニーブロンコの後釜としてこの新型飛空艇の試作をしていたんだ。なかなか生かした船だろ。こいつらの基礎設計がしっかりしていた証拠だ。変属性クリスタルを使った属性変換機構。あの機構の原理を応用して周囲のエーテルを風属性に変換し、特殊加工したハンプで捉えて浮力を得る。そのアイデアを聞いたときはさすがの俺も舌を巻いたぜ。
Nice.
ただちょっとばかし弱点もあるっす。
One small flaw.
この変属性クリスタル式浮行装置はまだパワー不足なんだ。船体を浮かせるほどの浮力を得るには風属性のエーテルが濃い場所であることが条件となる。
簡単に言うと飛べる場所と飛べない場所があるってことっす。
それに近頃じゃイシュガルドの大型飛空艇建造で作業が止まっていたこともあるしな。完成。
Whoops. Totoro!
タタルさん、そんなに慌ててどうしたっす？皆さん、
ここにいたですね。ウルダハからすんごい情報が入ったのです。
Oh, hey.
七の陛下に関する重要情報です。
I knew that this had to be coming up soon. Awesome.
よし、マナカッターの準備は俺たちに任せておいてくれ。なに、暴風の壁を突破するための機構もしっかりつけて準備しとくぜ。
Time to finally go clear.
お前たちは牛親父たちを助けてやってくれ。
The Crystal Braves out. New winds, old friends. General summons. Totoro has news for you from Ulda. General Raoban says they may have uncovered the Sultana's whereabouts. He wants you, by which I mean both of you, to go to the Waking Sands right away and help with the investigation. Cumrin, pressing through Ishgard's plight may be. Our presence here will not serve to hasten... Yes, I read that. Like, I was reading the words, but I was not reading, like, correctly. Cumrin, pressing though Ishgard's plight may be, our presence here will not serve to hasten the Mana Cutter's completion. has returned to the troubled lands of Thanalan and lend what aid we may. Totero, have our friends at the congregation send a message to Estinian. Tell him we were identified the solution to our problem, but that it will take some time to prepare. As you wish, Master Elfinel. To the waking sands, warrior of light. 'Tis past time Ul'dah was delivered from this darkness. Unfortunately, we can't freaking go to the freaking waking sands. We only go to the freaking horizon. There still is no Aetheryte in the waking sands. Or Vesper Bay, I guess. I still think it would be awesome to have a side quest. Just like in some of these regions, where you can then unlock like more Aetherytes. It's like Kurthus Western Highlands. Hey, you can unlock another Aetherite, a couple of Aetherytes here just by doing a certain side quest. Like, that would be great. I wish they would do that. They won't. They won't. But they should do that. Because some of the maps have so few Aetherytes. It's ridiculous. Cutscene time. Which is surprising. Normally they would make you walk to the Solar and then cutscene you. Oh yeah. There's the Raubon I'm familiar with.
何をおっしゃいますか。お加減の方はよろしいので。
ああ、問題ない。監獄暮らしで衰えていた体力もだいぶ戻ってきた。ひぎり。
それで何か動きがあったのですか。
うん。
I suppose it's a good thing he was right-handed.
情報がいくつか入ってきた。デュララからの報告によると、最近大量の錬金薬が王宮に運び込まれたそうだ。
Chemical supplies to the palace.
早速パパちゃん殿と協力し調べてみたのだが、王宮に持ち込まれた錬金薬の出所はフロンデール薬学院だった。
Frondeel's Frontistery.
同薬学院の前院長が発明した飛薬だそうでな。長き昏睡状態にある患者の肉体を保つ効用があるらしい。
長い昏睡状態。ではやはり七モ様は。
そうだ。王宮のどこかで眠られておられるということになる。デュララの話が誠であるという証拠と言えよ
う。我らは七モ陛下を目覚めさせる手立てを得るため、いかにして昏睡状態となったのかを知る人物、暗殺の実行役となったであろう次女を追っていた。犯行に用いられた昏睡薬が何なのか、そのものに直接問いただせばよいだろう。
Yugiri, I love Yugiri, man.
これより九段の次女のもとへ赴き、身柄を確保する。ただし彼女がいるのはシルバーバザーだ。寂れた庄村といえど人目につくのは間違いない。我らが動いたと知れば共和派の連中も黙ってはいないだろう。我が輩もこのありさまだ。最悪の事態を想定し、手だれである貴様に協力を頼みたい。七モ様のため力を貸してくれまいか。
Certainly.
恩に着るぞ冒険者。よし行くぞ。ウルダハを 七も様を取り戻すのだ。
Alright. Yugiri! Our target is Muriel, the Sultana's former lady-in-waiting. A woman of Midlander heritage. I'm told the two of you have met. Our sources indicate that she left the palace shortly after the incident and quietly rejoined the dwindling population of the Silver Bazaar. I suggest we begin by questioning the market's residents and confirm that Muriel is still in hiding there. Right. Remind me again where the Silver Bazaar is. Never remember these places. We haven't been back to any of these places in so long. Like, not since freaking Stormblood. So I regularly forget where these places are nowadays. I tell you quite a bit about where things are in, like, Endwalker. But that's because, you know, I did recently do Endwalker content. And even then, that took, like... What? Have I really been playing for 2 years now? I suppose so. I've been playing since 6.1 at least. I was always on free trial though, so... Like, technically I started playing in 5.5 or whatever. Whenever the current free trial came out. Well, I guess the previous, because now they've added Stormblood to the free trial. I know of any returning residents. Gods, don't tell me they're starting to come back. My masters will not be pleased to hear of this. Kikipu. And what brings you out to our lonely little hamlet? I believe the arrival of your entourage just about doubled our population. Looking for Muriel, you say? If you're hoping to lure her back to Ul'dah, you may as well give up now. The girl's done with city life. Don't worry, we're just here to question. We're not here to drag her back to the city or anything. Muriel? Aye, she's here. Left the city for good, she says. Barely leaves her house, though. It's the one closest to the market entrance. So, this is the market entrance. So it's the house that's closest, which I would assume would be this one. Yep. It doesn't, you know, hurt that the door's wide open and there was a person in here in, like, a cutscene.
元七も女王陛下付きの次女メリエルさんですね。
知りません、そんな人。失礼します。
Oh, hello, Robot.
ラウバン様。 様。
Poor girl.
話してもらおうか。事の真相を。
He's completely surrounded.
その問いにはわしが答えよう。
There he is, Lolarito. And Dulala.
ロリと貴様。
カルテノーの地下深くに眠る脅威オメガを手中にせんとしたテレジア・デレジはフロンティア計画なる小細工を仕掛けた。
Omega.
だが陛下が王政を廃するつもりと知った奴は計画を変更。陛下を傀儡として操るよりも暗殺することで事を一気に推し進めようとしたのだ。どうやら尊長王家の血を引く小娘を用意し女王のすげ替えを企てておったようだな。
Bloodthorn.
テレジア・デレジはもはや抑制が効かなくなっておった。故にわしはこの陛下暗殺計画を利用し奴自身を排除することにしたのだ。
ではナナモ様は。
Nonomos.
わしが陛下を支する道理はない。聖書とは祭りごとあってのものだからその女を使い毒薬を昏睡薬にすり替えさせたのだ。この件はラウバーン貴様の友人であるイルベルドも知ってのこと。
Ilberd.
あえて暗殺がなったと告げることで貴様を激高させテレジア・デレジを始末させる。まさかこれほどうまくいくとは思わなかったぞ。
He just freaking annihilated Teleji just right then and there. Just immediately just slaughtered him. And it was like, yes, perfect. That's exactly what we wanted. It's actually, it wasn't exactly what they wanted. Like he says, it went rather better than expected. It's like, oh, that works. All right. You know what? That gets rid of him.
貴様ら、やはりクリスタルブレイブ創設以前から通じていたのか。
そういうことだ。イルベルトはクリスタルブレイブを利用するためわしが盤上に置いた駒だった。そもそもあの組織の設立資金がそうだ。あれだけの金額の大金が動いたのだぞ。わしの金を流し込むなどそうさもないことよ。イルベルド、あれはアラミゴ奪還に燃える執念の男。わしが実験を取った後奪還を支援すると訳して手を握った。奴は言っておったよ。七も陛下にこびるラウバンはまるで女王の忠犬だとな。祖国を捨てた裏切り者とも言っておったが。
Overgrown lapdog, begging for scraps.
かしその執念も異様なまでに膨れ上がっていった。わしは貴様を殺そうとはせなんだが、奴は違ったのだ。もはや奴はわしの手駒とは呼べん。貴様も陛下も生きておる。死体が一つに逃亡者が一人。お目を注ぐ準備もできた。ラウバーンよ、この辺りで手打ちにしようではないか。
これほどの陰謀を巡らしておきながら手打ちだと。
控えなさい、ラウバーン殿。あなたが正式な裁きを経ずテレジアデレジを殺めたこともまた事実。女王陛下への忠誠心ゆえとはいえ、あなたに非がないとは言わせませんわよ。
It's true.
ロロリト殿。
七も陛下を目覚めさせるための飛躍、これが和解の証だ。陛下を私室に移しておいた。偽りだと思うならわしを人質に王宮まで来ればよい。
Lolorito might be a scumbag, but he does know right from wrong to some degree.
歪んでいるとはいえ、貴様の陛下への忠誠、信じてよいのだな、ロロリト。
He's not a good guy.
ラウバーン殿は本日をもって不滅隊局長へ復帰。ウルダ派の民は再び七も女王陛下のもとに集い、新たな歴史を歩みますわ。
Poor Mariel. All she did was follow orders, man. It's like she didn't if you think about it, she didn't even do anything wrong. Like, she didn't kill anybody. Didn't harm anybody. By the 12, I feared Lord Lolorito's arrival would herald another bloodbath. Just as I suspect that he, of all people, would gift us the means to rouse the Sultana. Awakening in Ul'dah. Elfino would see this dark chapter in Ul'dah's history brought to a close. Shall we also make our way to Ul'dah? I should imagine Bartholomew has been instructed to admit us. I'm not gonna bother freaking using the aetheryte when it's right there. It's not like it's far or anything, so. Alright, almost at the 5-hour mark. I will say, this is the most awake I have been in an entire week. Like, I hate to say it, because holy frick, it sucks. But this is the most awake I have felt in like a week, maybe even 2. Ooh. Nobody did stretch just now, but it's been 42 minutes since the stretch was put out. So I'm taking a second to do a stretch. Well, we're running our way back. Do we still get the Phoenix mount from Nananji here? Like, I thought that was an event thing, but it's not. Like, I thought the whole, like, what's it called? The FF14 1.x, like, recap of the, recap of the story. There's like a title for this like arc, the story arc itself, but I can't remember what it is. But I thought that was just an event for the 10th anniversary, but it's still around. So I mean, unless it's gonna just last until like next year or something. I don't know. Flame General Valbon mentioned you might be coming. Please, this way if you will. Certainly. Certainly. This was the last place she sat. She's so cute, dude. I love that she's got a Moogle. A freaking Moogle plush. At least she's, you know, breathing. And switch camera angle so that they don't have to worry about how they animate that. I love all the little things that if you know like game development, you can see. She's alive. She's so cute though. Seriously. She is legitimately one of my favorite characters. She's so cute. Nanamo.
おはようございます。ナナモ陛下。今日もザナラーンの太陽は美しく輝いておりますよ。
This part always makes me just a little bit teary because it's so nice, you know? Everybody's so happy.
Nanamo様は目覚められた。ご転移の話ではもう安心してよいそうだ。
Good, good, good. How she stayed alive in all that time? Who knows? What sustained her, you know?
民のためと再び王政の廃止に向け動こうとなさるだろう。 今後このウルダハをいかなる道に導くのか、ナナム様とよくよく相談してみるつもりだ。国の
Oops. Teleji, or not Teleji, Lolorito.
陛下の御心の真摯さはわしとて分かっておる。しかしウルダハの紋章にある通り、必要なのは亀甲なのだ。そこにこそ正気があり、生きる道もある。ましてやガレ回る帝国の動きが不穏な今、国の在り方を変えようなど無謀にも程があるからな。
ロロリト殿、あなたは我らの知らぬ何かを知っておられるようだ。
Yeah, building up to freaking Stormblood already.
人類湖に突き刺さっておる帝国の飛空戦艦、確かアグリウスといったか。あれの後継艦が完成し、初飛行に成功したらしい。
それはいつのことです？
They built a new ship like the Agrius. Freaking massive freaking warship. Super powerful. Very destructive.
つい先日のことのようだ。新皇帝バリスが動き出す日もそう遠くはないということだろう。帝国の脅威に対抗するための体制がため、跳ねっ返りのテレジアデレジが消えた今、なさねばなるまいな。
Oh yeah. Gotta introduce the new ship. Very important for one of the future quest lines.
ナナも陛下が目覚められて本当によかった。局長らサカツ州内の確執はまだ残っているだろうが、少なくとも混迷していた政情は安定化に向かうだろう。ウルダハは新しい一歩を踏み出した。だからこそ私も区切りをつけなければな。私はクリスタルブレイブを解体しようと思う。
There it is.
私の理念や君の信念に対して純粋に賛同してくれた者もいる。彼らのように標準の意志がある者たちとは今後の身の振り方を含めて共に考えていきたい。イルベルド以下逃亡中の者たちはエオルゼア同盟軍から手配されることになるだろう。投降してくれればいいが望み薄だろうな。
Yeah, not at all,
グランド
unfortunately.
カンパニーエオルゼア、その統一組織の先駆け足らんとして発足させたクリスタルブレイブは利用され瓦解した。裏切られたのだと落ち込みもしたが、私の甘さとおごりが招いた結果なのだと気づいたよ。そして君の姿を見て思ったんだ。自分の足で立ち歩み続けようと。未だ行方の知れないミンフィリアや仲間たちを探し出し、再び暁の火を灯そう。道家のクリスタルブレイブ総帥は卒業だ。これからは暁の血盟員の一人として学び、戦い、 歩んでいくつもりさ。
Yay! Alphino! Alphino is finally all grown up. I blush to speak thus of mine inner turmoil, but the fact remains there's no woman alive in whom I would rather confide. Were not for your shining example, I might never have emerged from beneath the pale of my despair. Brave resolution. Alphino would know how things stand at the Rising Stones. Still no word from Master Garland. I hope this mana cutter of theirs is nearing completion. I am assured that her grace will make a full recovery. I and Ul'dah too shall flourish once more. General Raubon and his colleagues have matters well in hand, I believe. Lady Yugiri, a question if I may. I believe your people have been keeping a close watch on the Crystal Braves, but you know how things stand at the Rising Stones. Ah, yes, of course. You'll be pleased to know that the 3rd Unit Braves abandoned Revenant's Toll when they learned of Captain Ilbred's defeat. The only blue uniform to be seen there now are those worn by soldiers loyal to you, Master Alphino. To me, I say I am grateful to hear that at least some of our members were true to their oaths. Ere we return to Ishgard, I must go to the Rising Stones and thank these stalwarts for their service. It shall be my final act as Crystal Brave Commander. Will you join me, Rin? You were there at the company's inception. It is only fitting that you be present at its end. And I would appreciate the support. Of course. Alright. Back to Mordona at long last. You know, whenever it loads, of course, because freaking my computer is a piece of crap. Oh, crap. That hurt. I found myself stretching. I have to remember where the Rising Stones is. This way. This building. As one of the Crystal Braves. I like that it's just a blue version of the Limsa Laminsa uniform, though. Like, that's literally just the Limsa outfit. It's just blue instead. And into the Rising Stones. And then I think it'll be on to the Eyrie after that. Commander, you're alive. I'm Rin too. I knew you'd scrape through. My splendid Crystal Braves, I have wronged you, all of you. My promises of glory and salvation have brought you naught but blood and betrayal. Bah, you'll not hear us complaining. 'Twas a sight messier than expected, aye. But we was still fighting for the freedom of all, just like we swore. Ain't that right, mates? Aye, aye. You humble me. I'm truly blessed to have such steadfast comrades. It is with the most profound regret, then, that I must. That's enough of that, Commander. I know what you've a mind to say, and we ain't having none of it. We've talked it over, see? We've all agreed. You can take our uniforms and strip us of our ranks, but it won't be no less of a company. But the Crystal Braves... The Crystal Braves may be finished, but the ideals upon which the company was founded live on. They bind us to each other, and to you. Commander, Elfinol, our minds are made up, so we may as well get used to it. Let us help the Scions. Let us help you find Minfilia and the others. My friends, after all that has happened, I know not what to say. Aww. Aww. It's so sweet, man. I love everything about the story once you're in Heaven's Word. Pray, excuse me. I thought my tears spent. My grandfather used to say that one could measure a man by the constancy of his comrades. Mayhap I am the exception which proves the rule. Nay, do not protest. I know that I am not worthy of their loyalty, Ren. But as Saliak is my witness, I shall do everything in my power to earn it. Ready to fly! Elfinor has matters to attend to at the Rising Stones. I must speak of future plans with the remaining Braves. Any information we uncover on the missing Scions will need to be shared with our allies across the realm. Specifically, Eorzea in the Waking Sands, and Teteru in Ishgard. While we are organizing our various channels of communication, I would ask that you call upon Master Garland at the manufactory. I will join you in Ishgard as soon as I am able. Back to Foundation we go. And it's time for a dungeon. Into the area. We're about to hit the area. Ever since they reworked the area, I have loved that dungeon. Like, the original was fine, but I really love the way that they've, like, updated it. Specifically, the final fight in the area. So, nope, still not here. Maybe it's still in the manufactory. Oh yeah, yep, there it is. Guys, still manufactory. The mana cutter is still there. It's not yet out of the manufactory. Rind, how the seven hells do you do it? Just about to send for you. We have but this moment completed the mana cutter's first successful test flight. A few minor adjustments and she'll be ready to go. While we see to the finishing touches, you might want to pay a visit to Fort Almanor. A dragoon by the name of Vestidian was looking for you. Makes sense. He's probably like, where the frick have you been? Like, seriously? Where the frick have you been? What the frick is going on? We need to kill Nidhogg, like, now. And you're all out here putzing around doing nothing. That's probably how he's feeling. Welcome, Mistress Akagi. Yes, yes. Just let me in. You have fulfilled your obligations to the Yuldaz, then. Mistress Teteru has been keeping me apprised of the situation. Once I learned that these mana cutters of Master Garland's were nearing completion, I saw no reason to tarry in the mists. For the present, Needhogg seems content to remain in the Eyrie, plotting his revenge. Might not this be an apt moment to unfold our plans to Sir Aymeric? I think we've kept him in the dark long enough. Oh yeah! Sir Aymeric joins this dungeon, doesn't he? I think Sir Aymeric is in this dungeon. Now with the duty support. I don't remember fully, but I think so. I could be completely wrong, of course. It could be that he's not. I know he is, I think he is in the vault. But I don't know if he is here. Because, like, this is where they start actually adding in NPCs. Like, named NPCs. Into your duty support. So. Like, here we have Estinian, Ysael, and Elfino for some all. And if you look, literally all the way up to Keeper of the Lake. Again, it's always just these random ass NPCs of just no import. But immediately, some all you start getting actual, like, characters. Sir Aymeric has been eager to speak with you. Pray, proceed. It's Lucia. I don't think we know the truth about her yet.
準備が整ったぞ、アイメリク。
そうか。では、いよいよ実行するのだな。
Elfino。
遅れて申し訳ない。工房に寄ってきたが、マナカッターは完成したようだね。
Awesome。
ああ、これでリューノスに突入できる。改めて確認をしておこう。アルフィノ殿の発案により、俺たちはドラバニア雲海を目指した。目的。俺たちは氷の巫女を味方に引き込み、フレースベルグとの対話を果たした。
まったく無茶をしてくれる。帰還したエスティニアンから事の次第を聞いたときは耳を疑ったぞ。
異端者の頭目と手を組むなんてイシュガルド人にとっては正気の沙汰じゃないが、この発想のおかげで俺たちは命拾いしたようなものだ。
とはいえ、清流との交渉は決裂してしまった。
最良の成果
とは言い難い。
それでも俺たちは雲海に向かう道中でニーズヘックのつがいと呼ばれるティオマンを葬り、奴らの目を引きつけることには成功した。
時間を稼いでくれて感謝している。しかし対流バリスタや魔法障壁の復旧率はまだまだ万全とは言い難い水準だ。
だからこそマナカッターを用いたリューノス強襲に意味があるというのがエスティニアン殿の見解だね。
ニーズヘックは波の存在ではない。だがこの竜の目に封じられた奴自身の力を持って力の源を封じてやれば勝機はあると思っている。
The dog's eye。
もちろん幾多の万神を買ってきた光の戦士の協力が前提だがな。
私も出よう。九段のマナカッターには予備もあるのだろう。
アイメリク様、いけません。
異邦人である英雄殿が命を懸けるというのに、イシュガルド人の私が座して待つわけにはいかん。私
アイメリク、竜を狩るのは竜騎士の役目。お前にはお前のコート防衛式という大任があろう。万が一にも俺たちがニーズヘッグを取り逃がした場合、誰がコートを守る？違うの？
Right?
だがそれではあまりに。
俺や光の戦士の御人にはまかり間違っても防衛戦の指揮などできん。民を導き国を守るのがお前の役目だ。おっと、今度ばかりはあんたも居残りだぜ。そこそこ魔法の心得があるようだが、今回ばかりははっきり言って実力不足だ。
確かにはっきりものを言う。悔しいが君たちに託すしかないようだ。
So who is going into the dungeon with us?
さて行こうぜ相棒。史上2度目の邪竜狩りを成し遂げるんだ。俺たちにならそれができる。
Man, I know Estinian goes. I don't know who else goes. All right. I've pricked Master Elfinode's pride, I fear. But had I been less forceful, the boy would have insisted on accompanying us to the Eyrie. Do not think me blind to his talent. With a few more campaigns under his belt, I have no doubt that Elfinode will make a fine field commander. But one does not practice on an adversary such as Nidhogg. I shall be hard-pressed enough without the added worry of carrying a novice. Into the Eyrie! Mana Cutter Key and the last Ether Current. Stinian is eager to set forth for the Eyrie. We have tarried long enough. Let us call upon Master Garland and take possession of the Mana Cutters. Now the question is, who's going with us into the dungeon? Like, I figured we'd have, like, Elfinode maybe as a healer / DPS. We have Estinian, of course. But then, like, who's our tank? Is it just gonna be a couple of random people? Would seem a little odd considering that the last dungeon was, situated in such a way that, everybody was a person, a named NPC. But we'll see, I guess. Grin, old friend. Cutters are ready when you are. The finer adjustments cost us a few sleepless nights, but we got there in the end. Which means you can get where you need to go. I tell you, these little beauties will tear through that wind barrier like a cermet drilled through cottage cheese. And that, my friends, is a Garland Ironworks guarantee. How about thanks? Come, warrior of light. The dread worm awaits. Okay. Meanwhile, at the Eyrie, Or are they just showing us the area just for the heck of it? The area is now accessible. Excuse me. Duty Finder and Duty Support. Wow, it really is. We get Temple Cherugan and a Temple Banneret along with the Stydian. Good grief. I suppose that part of it is they didn't want to like change the dialogue or something. Because then they'd have to, you know, go back and re-record the stuff and whatnot. It could be difficult. For sure. Well, I mean, my choices are Paladin, Warrior, Dark Knight, so tank, or tank, or Black Mage or Red Mage. So, that's fun. I kinda, like, I don't want to tank, is the thing. I don't really want to tank this dungeon. I want to see how the NPCs do this dungeon. So I want to, like, DPS, but the only DPS I have is freaking Black Mage or Red Mage, in this case. Well, Rin, I guess it's time to go Mage. So we have a Temple Knight, a Temple Cherugan, and a Stydian. Also, I'm sure I'm not saying that right. I have no idea how that word is pronounced. And do the Airy. Obviously, you know, I could have also done, you know, Duty Support or Duty Finder, but I've got cutscenes and things, especially this first one that's going to come. Like, this is like a 2-minute cutscene. I hate making people wait in the dungeon through this cutscene. Hi, Needhog. Interesting, though, he has a yellow eye. After all, his eye seems to be red. Oh my. Clink. There's a landing point. Oh hey, they added a Stydian into the cutscene. The Stydian wasn't in the cutscene right there at the end last time. They quickly added his mana cutter in there. That's great. These lightning strikes, are they the work of dragons? Never mind that. We have to hurry. Yep. Gonna be doing freaking Black Mage through this, man. This is gonna be a pain. Nope, I still don't have Umbral Hearts. When does that... When does freaking Umbral Heart start? 56? No. 58 is when Umbral Hearts began. Wah! Freaking level 58 before I get access to my Umbral Hearts. Like, gosh dang. I hate it so much. Like, I just want my Umbral Hearts. Let me have them. Like, I'm fine with not having access to Fire 4. I would like access to Fire 4, but I'm fine with not having access to Fire 4. At least let me have my Umbral Hearts, though. Because gosh dang. I love the music here. Gotta say, these tanks actually tank. Not the freaking what is it? The Grand Company ones. And honestly, having not had a chance to, I don't know if I'm saying that right. Having not experienced the duty support until Shadowbringers, I was like, I don't want to do it with the, but when they first like brought it out in 6.1, I was like, I don't want to do this with the NPCs. Freaking, the NPCs are so dumb. But actually, the duty support is good. Duty support is not as trash as the freaking squadron. That's what it is. That was the word I was looking for. Squadron. Like, duty support's so much better than the squadron. Oops. Hongda. Akfalai. Also, I actually need to zoom out a little. And let's go. Stupid DPS pulling. God, I hate it when DPS pull. Freaking stupid DPS. Pulling the mobs. Let the tank do the pulling. You stupid DPS. Oh wow, look at them. Yeah, they really do it. And they really do know the mechanics. That's so cool, man. I mean, I knew that that's how it was going to be. Because that is how it works. In, Shadowbringers and whatnot. But it's just, I've never seen this. Like, this is my first time running any of these dungeons with the duty support. So, to me, this is awesome, getting a chance to actually see the NPCs run this and actually be, like, smart about it. Cause like I've run these dungeons with the freaking squadron before, and my gosh, are they stupid. So it's kind of nice to run these dungeons again for what it, you know, effectively for the first time. But having the NPCs actually like knowing what they're doing and things. So, because I can see so much of this dungeon just legitimately being an issue for like the NPCs. They have the advantage here. Even so, they have the advantage here. Even so, we must remain calm. The one thing I dislike about running it with NPCs is they don't AoE. So here I am, you know, AoE. You know, I'm doing this through AoE because of course that's what you do in these freaking dungeons. And they're just like, AoE? What's that? I don't know what AoE is. One of the benefits of being able to do it with players, of course. But I also kind of like that because it is a benefit of doing it with players. You know? Like, yes, I can sit here and run every dungeon now. Wow, every MSQ dungeon. And, you know, just run them with NPCs. But I get the benefit of players doing things better when I run it with players. And I think that's cool. You know, the ability to run this with NPCs doesn't destroy the ability to run it with players. Like a lot of people here in the FF14 community have never run any of these dungeons on duty support. Even through Shadowbringers and Endwalker. And that kind of surprises me, honestly. Just because those systems were added then. You know? So that's when I would think like, oh yeah, people are going to be using that pretty regularly. You know, the duty support and trusts and everything. But surprisingly, a lot of people that have played through Shadowbringers, you know, initially, and who have played through Endwalker have never used duty support or trust. And just like, that is shocking to me. It really is. And I get it. It's so much slower to do this with the NPCs. It really is. I completely understand that. But also, like, you know that you get the ability to see the mechanics and learn them before jumping into a dungeon with other players. Like, here, listen, World of Warcraft is stupid. Even modern, you know, even now that they have, you know, Chris Metzen and all that back, World of Warcraft is still just stupid. The story makes no sense. The player base is still just as toxic. Like, Chris Metzen coming back didn't fix the toxicity of the community, you know? Like, everybody's like, oh, you know, Chris Metzen's back. World of Warcraft's gonna go back to the way it was. It's like, no. Because you've still got a horribly toxic community. And that's not gonna change. You know? Ooh. That's actually barely even an improvement. I mean, this is the choker. I could check what the choker was. Okay, it's a little better. Right? No? Wow, it really is barely an improvement. I guess I never realized. And maybe it's just that these low-level dungeons aren't much of an improvement. But they are, like, in the higher level dungeons, maybe. But, yeah, I'm used to level 55 gear being like, alright, time to start switching out your gear. This one appears stronger than the others, but it matters little. I leave the vanguard to you. I really need to look up that word, vanguard. I will end your struggles. Freaking Estinian dropping the limit break. Crippling blow. I really need to start like dual streaming though. Also, my freaking mana didn't regenerate all the way. Or if it did, I just hit all of the wrong buttons in like quick succession because I only got off like 2 fires. Or so it felt like anyway. Might have to actually watch that again just because I'm curious. We go back into the VOD and watch this boss fight again. Like look at that spot again and see like, what did I do there? You know? Because like, is it over? Needhog is close. I sense him. Wrist gloves of aiming. Good for when I get, I was gonna say Dancer, but Dancer starts at level 60. Good for when I get Machinist, leveled to 55. Not a lot of casting gear so far. Which is fine. Truthfully, I should just be watching for fending gear the most. The Black Mage is probably just gonna get leveled up through level 50 roulette, more or less. So my like Dark Knight and stuff like that are the classes that I'm actually going to use regularly, so watch out. I like how these fall way before you have any chance to get up to them. The Dire Sword. I like that in this game, like, dinosaurs are just dragons. Like, instead of being like, oh, it's a dinosaur, it's just straight up just, they call them just dragons. Oh my gosh. The freaking Orthodox Bracelet of Slaying was given to me twice. Like, come on, dude. It's freaking duty support. Like, I get it. You know, it uses the same roll system as normal. It's just like, come on, it's duty support. You've already got it set up so only one piece of gear drops. You know? Freaking set it up. Maybe not so that, like, it's guaranteed to drop gear of your class specifically. But, like, at least let it, like, check what I have. Or at least it will, I would even be fine with it checking, like, you know, it populates the first chest and then it says, like, remove from list, you know. We must route them quickly ere they overwhelm us. I do remember when these changes came out, though. There was somebody that was like, I don't like the changes because, like, Asinian's not even here. And it's like, actually, he is. He's just in the duty support. He actually is still here, just like he always has been. He's just in duty support instead of being an NPC. Because they can do that now. Frickin' heck. Oh yeah! AoE him down. Just like that. That it? Cool. Well, I couldn't remember. Pretty sure that was it, but I couldn't remember. Mapping the realm. The Airy. There he is. Vengeance ends here, Nidhogg. Helene, grant us strength. Wretched mortal, thou wouldst use mine own eye against me. That line wasn't voiced, but then the line after was, which is interesting. Run away! He ran into me! Freaking healer ran into me. Uh-oh, Sable Price. Who's getting I'm getting Sable Price. At least they know what to do. You would not believe the amount of people that die to Sable Price. It's like, all you gotta do is just freaking attack the thing that pops up. There's a mob that pops, basically a mob that pops up there. But then people don't. And then somebody dies. Because that's an insta-kill if you don't kill it first. Oh wow, my mana didn't fully regenerate. How about that? Ba, ba. Now, I will be honest. We'll see whose rage is greater. Ow. That was pain. Like, that was a lot of HP. Man, I suppose his voice. I'm only sad that they went in and gave Nidhogg his normal attacks here. I always kind of just assumed that, you know, his lack of, his, like, attacks from later was due to, spoilers. There is a thing here about Nidhogg in this fight where he does not actually have his strength. So I always thought that, the next time you fight this guy, in the raid, like, part of the reason why he has completely different abilities, I had always just assumed was because of the fact that he doesn't have his power, but then he does next time. But then they went back and changed, in the redesign here, they turned him into his, raid, trial, whatever you want to call it, version. Nice! Also, in the original, I think you only got him down to like 10% HP. Duty complete. On your guard. Something else. Too bad That went by too fast for me to say it. Game. Kellerhorn. Aiming. Good grief. I really got no gear. Oh, wait. Orthodox jackboots of casting. Awesome. Okay, I didn't see that I got those. I'll equip those after so as not to ruin cutscene. Then I'll have the ability to glamour after cutscene. But yeah, I mean, it's not like we killed Nidhogg here. I mean, we saw it. He just flew away. Aw, crap! Bam! So yeah, I mean, he's possessed by Nidhogg during the Dragoon level 30 to 50 quest line. I think. I'm pretty sure that's what that's, I'm pretty sure. I don't know, I haven't done it yet. I haven't done it since freaking like a year at least ago. Hey, we get to see his eyes for a sec. Stained red. And yeah, he just freaking stabbed Nidhogg in the second eye. Just friggin' destroyed him. That eye is yellow.
人が味わった絶望だ。光の見えぬ死の底で永遠に苦しむがいい。
And his armor is now stained crimson, as he said. Ugh. And another crystal of light. Slowly but surely, my connection with the crystals is returning. Too bad those do legitimately nothing for me. It's like it's a plot point that feels like they were planning on doing something with it, and then they were like, nah. Two eyes.
ついに手に入れたのですね、ハルドラス様。
Eyes of Nidhogg.
上の敵ニーズヘックは倒れた。魔力の源である2つの目を失えば、いかに七竜といえどこのまま朽ち果てることだろう。しかし犠牲があまりにも多すぎた。父を通る段に我が友たる騎士たち、迷惑をたがえラタトスクを殺してまで我らは竜の目を奪い食らって力を得た。それでもなおこれほどの犠牲を払わねばならんとは。
しかしながらドラバニアに残る七竜は黙したまま姿を現さぬフレースベルグのみ。新たに2つの竜の目を手にした我が主ハルドラス様が王位をお継ぎになれば、イシュガルドの未来は真に安泰となりましょう。
It's the male.
いや、私に王位を継ぐつもりはない。ニーズヘックを倒したとて、その眷属たるドラゴン族の数は少なくない。ましてや私は竜の目を食らった咎人でもある。ならば死してその運命が尽きるまで騎士として戦おう。竜を狩る者、竜騎士としてな。
お待ちください。それでは王家はどうなります？
我らが主にして友よ、民は王に導かれてこそ民であります。王なくしてどうして生きる道を見つけられましょうか。シルブトレル教、フラビアン教、ピコーラのような気高き貴族がいれば何ら問題はあるまい。どうしても王が必要というのなら、ピコーラの中から新たな王を選ぶよかろう。
Hide the model change.
騎士たち、我が友たちよ。私は父の犯した裏切りの罪を背負い、この槍を持って全てを清算しよ
う。And thus he leaves 5. The 4 houses. No,
なんと
6.
いうことだ。勝利の果てに王を失うことになろうとは。
我らは主の言葉を守ることしかできぬ。我ら生き残りの騎士たちで民を、国を導くのだ。
俺は降りさせてもらうぜ。俺が忠誠を誓ったのはハルドラス様だけだ。主君がいないってのに騎士を続けるつもりはねえ。
So yep, leaves 5.
待て、貴公まで何を？
すっぱりと足を洗って酒場の親父にでもなってみるさ。もう戦いも裏切りもごめんなんでね。
No, there's actually still 6 in this group. So I guess it was 7. And now there's 4. Okay. I was thinking that it would whittle down to 5, leaving the 4 houses and then the Archbishop. But nope. It does go down to just 4.
アインハルト、デュランデル、そしてゼーメル。我らが4家で国を。イシュガル。
王位はどうするつもりだ？
王は一度舞い戻ろう。その間イシュガルドを失うわけにはいかぬ。
There they are.
この忌まわしき戦争を知る者は我らだけで十分。我ら4人が新たな教えと歴史を作り、国
おい、大丈夫か？
Saw the past.
ニーズヘッグの過去を見たというのか。1000年前の戦いの結末を。
Right, but
イシュガルドに伝わる建国神話によれば、俺たちの遠い先祖は豪丹将トールダンに率いられクルザスの地にたどり着いたという。その最中、深い谷間でニーズヘッグに襲われた父祖たちはトールダンを筆頭に果敢に戦いを挑んだ。この戦いでトールダンは死したが、その息子であり史上初の青の竜騎士たる青竜将ハルドラスがニーズヘッグを倒した。伝説によればハルドラスは奴を退けた際、その片目を奪い取ったと伝えられている。
but
それこそがコート・イシュガルドの秘宝であり、歴代の青の竜騎士たちの力の源だったこの竜の目だ。
but first off, they're different colors, and second off, they had both eyes.
しかし、お前が見た過去が真実なら、ハルドラスはニーズヘッグの両目を奪っていた。
Save on one point. Yup.
それが誠だとすれば、今まさに俺が奴から抜き取ったこの竜の目は一体。
Isn't it odd that it's a yellow eye and not a red eye?
どうやら俺たちにはまだ知らない秘密があるようだ。
Where have we seen another yellow eye? Perhaps another dragon that only had one eye? This freaking blew my mind the first time, dude. Like, I was like, holy crap. I didn't even realize that he only had one eye.
激戦だったが、よくぞ戦い抜いてくれた。さすがは光の戦士。共に戦うことができたことを誇りに思う。ようやくニーズヘッグを倒したのだ。すぐにでもコートに帰還したいところだが。フレースベルクの元に行こう。隠された過去を知るためにも奴に確かめなければならんことがある。
Yep. I agree. Something about all of this doesn't quite sit right. The Nidhogg is fallen, my heart is yet heavy, and the stain of corruption pleases me not. When all has been put to rest, I must needs forge my armor anew. Well, yeah, I mean, freaking being... Your armor being covered in blood would be terrible for it. So you're not wrong. Cool. I like how I did that. Mana cutter. Trying to think. Cause I want this on here. Here. For now, we'll replace the company chocobo. I want to keep my chocobo carriage because that's my 4-person mount, and I'd rather not hunt for it if I ever need a 4-person mount. Torgal, I mean, I just got Torgal from the freaking event. I don't want to, Yeetus him yet. I just got the unicorn, so I don't want to Yeetus that either. So, the song begins. Estinian would know the origin of Nidhogg's mysterious eye. With Nidhogg fallen, none save Frostvelger remains to answer our questions. Let us trouble the worm again. And if Iceheart yet lingers at Zenith, all the better. I would have her hear the truth from the dragon's maw. Just gonna go ahead and switch back to Dark Knight. And Mana Cutter. This was legitimately my favorite mount once I got it. Up until like some point in Stormblood. I don't remember when. But I got this mount and I was like, yo, I freaking love this mount. And I used it literally for like a long time. I can't say how long exactly. It's just a single piece of like land over here. I'm curious where? Higher and higher? Like, can I actually go all the way up there? Because isn't that just the area? Oh, yep, here. Oh, what? What? I never knew this was up here. Hey, I actually got one. And that's our first one in the Heavensward sightseeing. Because the couple I've tried to get, it hasn't let me, like, take. Just because, like, I don't know what I need to do to get them. But yeah, we will make our way back to Frostvelger. Worry not. I just wish to uncover the rest of the realm now that we have flight. Especially since some of these areas can legitimately only be reached via flight. So, like Easton Eyes over here, for example. I think the Rookery and all of this, yeah, like this is all just attached right here. So like all of this you can reach. But like these areas down here, the Greensward area, this I probably could have gotten, I just didn't pick it up while we were right there. But like this little island here, and these islands, and this area, well this area, it takes flight to be able to reach those. I don't know why I keep closing the map. I need the map open to know where I am and what I have explored. This I think I could have gotten without flight, because this is connected up here. Rostaban Vibration. But yeah, you'll see a lot of this is like level 55. So. Western waters up here could only be reached by flight. This area could probably be reached. It looks like it's connected right here. So unless the whole of Ultan can't be reached, yeah, see there's a little like land bridge over there. The Sothan walls, this area, could not be. Because this is floating above. And while I don't think there's anything to see up in these areas, getting up here is only accessible via flight. Because great big break in the tower here, you know? So clearly it was connected to here in some way, but I don't know how. Hazel, 'twas you, was it not? Furious screams of the dragons carried far. You have slain Nidhogg. What more could you desire from this place? Will you not allow Hraesvelgr to mourn the death of his kin in peace? Spare us your sanctimonious judgment, Ice Maiden. We have a gift for the Great One, a mystery that can no longer lie buried. Lady Iceheart, the Dragon Song War has all but consumed your life and claimed many of your followers. 'Tis time you learn the truth of its beginning, the whole truth, that we may at last bring this bitter conflict to an end. Sound the horn, warrior of light. Oh boy, here we go. Time to learn the truth and the whole truth. The truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. I believe that's the oath you have to take in court. Swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Hello, Hraesvelgr. Mm-hmm. What? He's missing an eye from the moment you meet him. But they never give you a good look, and you never think to look until this moment. And you're like, oh, this freaking blew my freaking mind. It's like, oh, is missing an eye, isn't he? Holy frick, dude. And now you see him complete, and you really, like, if you really haven't realized, you're like, really? He's missing an eye? Oh. Yup, 2 eyes. 2 yellow eyes. That's why Nidhogg's eye was not red. 'Twas yellow. Nidhogg. Look at Needhog, man. Both of his eyes. Give me your eye. Basically. Needhog demanded. If Restfeld hadn't given his eye, sorry for the lag. Pulling up voice mod so I can mute. Gotta think about it though. He spent 1,000 years with only one eye. That's gonna take some getting used to, having two eyes again. Well, friggity frick. My nose will not clear. I muted so I could try to blow my nose and clear out this frickin' congestion, but it will not clear.
Nante koto nano. ニーズヘックの残された目があなたのものだったなんて。
ハルドラスと騎士たちの唯一の誤算は、僧帽を奪われてなおニーズヘックが生きていたということだ。
片目をニーズヘックに与えることがあなたにとっての食材だったというのですか。
This one song in Ella. Escudos Nizek Liz Eskangan. I'm fire. Tolos Inescula.
Hello. More nice to see more disabled representation. Oh yeah. It sucks, you know, being disabled, but yeah, I do try to stream. Before you sail, dude. Leave from this place, or surely, should Shiva's magic ever waver from you, I will kill you, he says. Like, good grief. Unrest in Ishgard. Justinian is frustrated, but by yet another mystery. Though he lifted not a single claw, 'twould seem that Frostvelg wreaked his own manner of vengeance against us. It's true. Cutscene time.
悲願だったニーズヘッグを仕留めたっていうのに、これほど気分が悪くなるとはな。
あなたたちは怒りと恨みの化身と化したニーズヘッグを殺すことで戦いに終止符を打った。
Legally blind with a little bit of vision left. Oof. That is unfortunate. I have a couple of friends who are unfortunately in the same boat. Technically, I'm also legally blind. I'm just lucky enough that corrective glasses are all I need to not be blind, so... Unfortunately... unfortunately, being legally blind, like legitimately legally blind, like requires that you actually be, like that requires that corrective glasses not be a factor. So if you have corrective glasses that fix the problem, you're not technically legally blind. But my eyesight isn't my disability anyway. So yeah, I mean a lot of you know, blindness can't be fixed by glasses, unfortunately. Well, my issue is legitimately that the it's not the lens, but it's like the like layer over the lens. I don't know what it's called. I always want to say skin layer, but it's not skin. But the, like, you know, substance that goes over your lens to like protect it. That's too thick. Possible. Let's see. Diagram of an eye. Yes, it looks like it's the cornea. Cause there's the cornea, then there's the anterior chamber. The anterior chamber that has the aqueous humor in it. Then there's the iris. Then there's the lens. Then there's the vitreous chamber, which has the vitreous humor. And then you've got like sclera, retina, choroid, fovea, all that stuff. Let's see, what size is this again? 765, 599. 765, 599. That is the size. So yeah, this image here, it's the cornea there. That my cornea is too thick, and there's nothing you can do about that. Because even if you like shave it, it'll just heal back over. And so you're basically just kind of stuck with the cornea just being too thick, you know. At least that's what the eye doctors told me. Like, when I was getting the problem looked at, they said you can get laser surgery done on the cornea and like get it kind of like shaved down a bit, but that doesn't like fix the problem. Basically, it just kind of it like removes like the outer layer, but then eventually the eye will just like heal back over, and that layer will just like come, you know. Think of it like if you get like a cut, you know, even if you strip the top layer of the skin, you know, when you get a cut, eventually that top layer of skin will just, you know, reform. And so even if you strip the thickness of the cornea, it'll just reform, basically. It'll just regrow. So there's just nothing you can do about it. But that's what causes my problem. In my left eye. My right eye just has terrible vision. So, my right eye is, I think they said it was like 20/80, something like that. You know, corrective glasses fix the issue. Corrective glasses corrective glasses fix it. I am also extremely farsighted. Like usually when people say, you know, that they're farsighted, it does, you know, obviously that means that they can see from like a certain distance and then beyond. My eyesight is like several hundred like feet before things will come into focus, and then I can see perfectly beyond that. So I'm like super farsighted. You know, most people it's just like 30 or 40 feet. Mine's out to like 100 feet. It's ridiculous. It sucks so bad. But my glasses fix the issue, you know. That's why I have glasses. So at least there's that. But my left eye is just SOL. Freaking. With glasses, I can just barely start to make out shapes because the cornea is too thick. Technically speaking, the vision in my left eye is listed at 2400. So it really bad. It really bad. Oof, corneas are scarred and damaged from allergies. Yeah, and that's, interestingly enough, I do have a little bit of that on my left eye, because my corneas are so thick, or because my cornea, one cornea, because it's just the left eye, because the left cornea there is so thick, my eyelash has actually like scratched my eye many times. And it has left scarring. But luckily, the doctor that I was seeing basically was like, here, you know, eye patch on your eye, keep to force the eyelid, not eyelash, sorry. Force the eyelid closed. And, like, keep it closed for, like, a week. So I had this, like, eye patch on my left eye that, like, pressed against my eye and prevented the eyelid from opening. And I had to wear that for a week. Just so that it could heal up Obviously, you know, again, left. It did leave some scar tissue. Probably not as bad as yours, but for sure, I understand, you know, the scarred cornea thing for sure. So.
しかし、まだわからないことがある。
And that was one of the things that they talked about too, was if the eye patch didn't solve the problem of my eye scratching regularly, because this was like an every week occurrence thing, but just that just one day every week I would wake up with a scratch on my eye.
ニーズヘック本来のものなのも確かだ。では、奴のもう一つの目はどこにある？
But they said, like, one of the things that they could do if the eye patch didn't solve the problem was legitimate laser surgery, you know, go in and scrape the cornea, you know, kind of flatten it down, and then just let it heal. So that was part of why that, you know, came up too, was they could do that, but then that's not going to fix the fact it's too thick. It just might fix some of the scratching, and it might fix some of the scarring. But I haven't been told I need a corneal transplant or anything. But I also haven't seen a doctor for extended, you know, an eye doctor for extended amounts of time. And the last time I went was just to get the glasses that I'm currently wearing. And the time before that I went was to have that left eye looked at. Because, again, this was like a weekly problem. That I would just wake up and my eye would just hurt so badly. And we just couldn't, nobody could figure out what was wrong.
さらに粒子戦争を永劫に続け裏切りを行った人に対して終わらない攻め苦を与えようとしていたニーズヘックがコートを攻め決着をつけようとしていたのはなぜだ？
So it sucks.
アイメリックか。ああ、終わったぞ。ニーズヘックは落ちた。何？コートが危ないだと？一体どういうことだ？
What?
わかった。すぐに戻る。なんとか持ちこたえてくれよ。
Something's wrong
コート
in
で大規模な騒乱が
Foundation.
発生した。詳しくは不明だが、仮想民の一部が異端者を招き入れたことに端を発しているようだ。
バカな！私はそんな指示は出していないぞ。
竜との戦争が終わろうとしているのに、今度は人同士が争いを続けようとしている。人は戻るぞ、相棒。
待ってくれ。私も同行させてほしい。もう無益な殺し合いはごめんだ。コートに侵攻した同志たちは私が止めてみせる。
Oh no, I wouldn't have thought that you were patronizing at all. So, I mean, what, your first message in the chat was like, nice to see more disabled representation, you know? Like, that sounds nice to me, you know? I wouldn't have even thought for a second that with like any of your messages that you were being patronizing. So,
come along, then. 戦いの連鎖を今こそ止めるぞ。
Final chapter in this damnable war. Oh boy. And so things go from bad to worse. Somehow. There they are. Thank you for the
仮
follow.
想民の一部がコートに異端者どもを呼び込んだようです。ですが、ご安心ください。ドラゴン族の襲来に備え、コートには多数の兵力が駐屯しておりますれば、鎮圧も時間の問題かと。
予定通りにことが運んでおるようだな。
は、コートでの戦を見れば、心ある領民たちはより強く異端者とドラゴン族を恐れることになりましょう。
そして我らが聖教により強く救いを求めるか。よかろう。異端者どもを適度に暴れさせた後、頃合いを見計らって神殿騎士団に力を貸し鎮圧せよ。
This is part of when we start seeing I'm always surprised by how many religious people comment on like the fact that this isn't like don't realize that they don't think about like this being an anti-religion. Like it might not be that it's meant to be anti-religious. Alrighty. I don't know if you're still there because you sent that before the subscription, so I totally missed that. But yeah, if you're there, then see feel free to come by more, obviously, of course. But like me as a person who came from a religious background and left the religion that I was in. The first time I played through this, I was just like, oh, this just like legitimately feels like, a story about the dangers of religion. It's like a thousand years ago, they did the bad thing. But then their religious texts say that the dragons did the bad thing, It just reminds me back to all of my religious days and remembering 2,000 years ago we got the religious texts that, some people believe in. And we can't prove a dang thing about any of that. There's no archaeological proof of any of what happened back then. There's no way for any of us to know if any of it was even remotely true. And this story just basically says that. Freaking the Archbishop. And I think it doesn't help that it is legitimately a church that's the villain. It's like the church, the Archbishop. Freaking they knew. They know. And it I feel like this is just not necessarily an anti-religion, but hey, be careful with religion story. And I'm fine with that, don't get me wrong. I just always think about, how do religious people, when they play through this, feel? Because it feels so, to me, it feels so, anti, religion. La Habrea.
よかろう。間もなくすべての準備が整う。今こそ光の使徒を消す時か。
La Habrea. Now we're gonna get into the real story of Heaven's Word. You thought this was all about the Dragon War? Nah, man. It's way darker. Huh? Say it. Don't worry. It's good. I love that Horchafant's just like, alright. If you guys say so, that's all that matters. No words were exchanged. You know, just a couple of gestures and nods and things and
皆の者、引け、引くのだ。これ以上血を流す必要はなくなった。
なんだ、氷の巫女様だと？
イゼル様がいらしたのね。
引け、どうした血を。戦いは終わったのだ。ドラバニアの地でニーズヘックは撃たれた。
Huh? So I guess no more, huh?
ここにいる冒険者と青の竜騎士エスティニアによって竜と人の争いは終わろうとしている。どうか皆落ち着いて聞いてほしい。この国の歴史そのものが作られたものであり、その結果竜と人は憎しみの連鎖を続けてきた。私は真実を明らかにするために異端と呼ばれ皆を率いてここまで戦ってきた。しかし竜たちを率いていたニーズヘックはドラバニアの雲海に散った。真実とは何かはこれから明らかにしていけばいい。だから
我々は負けたというのですか？
ヒナ、そうではない。そうではないのだ。どうしよう。もしも勝者がいるとすれば、それは平和を勝ち得た者のみ。どうか私を信じて引いてくれ。
イゼル様。
魔女どもを逃がすな。
騎士殿、今は深追いするよりも負傷した民を救うのが先決でありましょう。氷の巫女が言った通り、戦いは終わったのです。
And even this part, you know, with the heretics and like, you know, oh, you know, you're, you know, the, I don't know what I'm trying to say, but when I look at this story, I can see a lot of the elements that drove me to unconvert, or to, yeah, unconvert. There's another word for it, but it's just, I just look at this and I just go, yeah, no, this is exactly why I don't trust religion or believe in it anymore. You know? We don't even know the truth of 100 years ago. How can you claim that we even remotely know the truth of 2,000 years ago? 'Twas rather too close for comfort, but 'twould seem that calm is returning to the streets. My mind, however, yet clamors with 1,000 questions. You return to Ishgard in the oddest of company, my friend. Indeed. Ooh, level 56 gear. In fact, I bet the last quest gave me some level 56 gear, and I totally just overlooked it. Orthodox Mayhem. But that should mean, oh yeah. This casting gear is vastly better. Heck yeah. Let's go. So I mean, I'm definitely gonna be grabbing I'm sorry, what? The game seems to think that I have the best gear. But that's not like oh, because freaking Red Mage is not the same level. Right. That's why. Frick you, game. What the frick? Where's my bracelet? My bracelet was just gone on Summoner. I don't know why. Alright, I get it. Freaking, we're one level off. I get it, I get it. I'm one level off on Red Mage. I'm so used to being level 90 on all classes. So as soon as I get better gear, I'm just like, oh yeah, this should go on everybody now. Well, let's talk to Horsefont, but I'm probably going to end things off after this. Definitely pick up this dragon skin breeches. I might look and see if I can just buy high quality versions of like all the gear. We'll see. But Horsefont has more than a few questions to ask. That, my friends, was rather too close for comfort. Praise Helone, the things did not end in bloodshed. I confess, I was more than a little dismayed to see you in the company of the Lady Iceheart. Whatever is going on, Rin? Well, we killed Nidhogg. We discovered the truth. Beg pardon. You traveled to the Turning Mist together, along with Estinian? Never was there a more unlikely alliance, nor one so magnificently effective. Nidhogg dead, the heretics pacified. Father and Sir Aymeric must know of this. Let us break the news to them together. I'll bring Sir Aymeric to Fortall Manor. Yes, an excellent suggestion. Very well, Rid and I shall await you there. Return to Fortall Manor. I think this is a good spot, though, for us to break at. You know, we're pretty far in. Yeah, we're in the level 55 quests. Oh, no, that's just it. Wow, the dungeon and like the two quests prior and after were just all that level 55 was. Holy crap! Guess I'm glad I turned around and got to level 56 on Dark Knight. So, cause good grief, I didn't realize we're already in the level 56. I suppose it makes sense. They were handing me level 56 gear. I just didn't think about it. Let's see. Orthodox jackboots of casting. Yes. Orthodox choker of healing, slaying, yada yada. Okay. So this should be good. And then actually, because that's level 55, I should be able to red mage. Yes, the Orthodox gear. Cool. I can't summon her because summoner is level 53. But yes, we're good. Okay. Well, I do have some classes to get to level 56. You know, I've been holding off on leveling Paladin and Warrior, but now that we are at level 56 quests, I can go ahead and push those up. I'll probably finish leveling Monk, Dragoon, and Bard to 50 before I... Oh, and Ninja. Before I worry too much about getting to level 60, just because at some point we're going to hit the freaking, you know, post Heaven's Word, and that's going to involve us doing all the freaking, you know, all of these quests are level 60, and so then you'll end up getting freaking 12 classes, you know. You'll end up getting like freaking 10 levels just from freaking 5 patches worth of content, you know. I'm surprised that they don't make the level cap quests give no experience. It just seems weird that they give so much experience. But it is what it is, I guess. But yeah. I hope you all have enjoyed. I'm going to go ahead and leave it off here since we've been going for 6.5 hours. This video, this VOD is probably 6 hours long. Since I cut out the model reveal, which was, I mean, it was only like 20 minutes. But then there's some stuff in between, so it'll be about 6 hours. If you enjoyed, feel free to, you know, subscribe. If you're watching the VOD on YouTube, feel free to subscribe. Come on out, twitch.tv/SereneInc. You can follow and, you know, help support the channel. If you're here at Twitch, you can subscribe like Iconic Psychotic did. Or you can, you know, or even if you're on YouTube, you can go to Patreon to support the channel. Yeah. That was all kinds of backwards, but it is what it is. So, with that, I'll see you all next time. See you later.